First year I ever grew cucumbers, one plant, pulling a cucumber off every third day.
I know, it's been an amazing year.
So very grateful, thank you.
Happy summers.
Mm.
Yeah, this is.
I'm in.
Rain.
No, I
Fair
didn't
bit
get a
of
rain
rain.
from him. Did he send the love note or anything?
They'd be interested
Or
in the,
does he have so many days off he's
like
forgotten?
when
that
I
way?
moved here, this was more of a typical
Yeah.
summer, but by the time August came, you didn't see rain.
So you've got nothing. Okay, so
And
I'm
the
not
grass
missing.
started to go bristly about
Here.
end of July or
Summers I used to
something.
have when I was a kid.
So it's
Where it
it's
was
been even more rain.
wet.
Okay, everyone.
Not too
So
much
I
though.
think we've gone live.
That's a bit.
Have we?
Well, it says 16:29 on that
Yeah.
clock over my shoulder.
It does.
4:30 on the black.
They are not synced.
They're not synced yet.
They're not
Yeah.
sunk.
This one's a minute off because everything I have says 4:30. Anyways.
Clock is a minute up.
Yeah. Anyhow, welcome everybody, welcome back. It's been a while since we've all been together. Let's see whether or not we remember how to do this. So this is a regular meeting today, Tuesday, August the 19th in council chambers. And I would like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Silks and the Snakes people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I am unaware of any late items, so I will ask for adoption of the agenda as circulated. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Page. All those in favor? And that carries. And just before we go any further, I'd like to introduce, sitting in the back, our new interim communications director, Stephanie Donea, and she's joining us for the next year, I believe, as Donna, our previous communications officer, has had her lovely little girl. She had the baby, I think August the 11th, and Mom and Babe are doing well, and Dad can't get that grin off of his face. So everything is good there, but please, everybody, welcome Stephanie to the team.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a few minutes to adopt here. So we have the regular minutes of May the 6th and June the 3rd. Councillors, if I could have a mover. Moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillors, any errors or omissions that were noted? Councillor Payne.
Oh, sorry, that was just me. I'm thinking maybe that's what you, and I had my hand
sorry.
half up. So there were a couple follow-ups from there. Should I just ask them in the report as opposed to now? Like there were a couple things I'm curious, but
Oh, well,
it'll probably be more relevant in
Yeah,
your report.
Yeah, in the report, so it's not errors or omissions, just, okay, thank you.
Hunky-dory.
Okay, seeing no corrections needed, all those in favor, and that carries, thank you. And so we are now moving into our first workshop of the evening. That's the Q2 financial update. And Amy has assumed the position at the other side of the room there. So I will turn it over to Amy to take us through the second quarter update.
Thank you, Mayor. And CFO Jerry might jump in at any point as well. And got some extra comments on there. So we'll jump right in. So overall revenue is in line with expectations at Q2, so that's June 30th, halfway through the year. In the agenda package, you'll see comments on all of the line items, but I'll touch base on a couple of them throughout the presentation. So taxation is up 10%, reflecting on the 8.1% tax increase, as well as 1.5% of new construction. Sales of services has increased from prior year due to the egress recovery fees and parking meter revenue. As you recall, last year we increased the parking rates about April of 2024, so now we've got that full year of that increase. An increase in water and wastewater connection charges are reflected in other revenue, however that is in line with what we budgeted. Nelson Hydro sales have seen an increase to reflect the 5% for urban and 7.54% for rural rates, as well as just the actual consumption that we bill on. Moving over to a percentage of the total budget, taxes, water, and wastewater are all billed on annually and collected within the first 6 months of the year, so those are closer to the 100% mark. Unconditional grants typically are received after the quarter two report, so that's why they're kind of on that lower end, as well as the conditional grants. We have made a few major projects such as the Civic Center, Next Generation 911, and Transit Exchange, and each year we recognize that revenue at the end of the year, corresponding with the completion of those projects. Jumping over to expenses, they as well are in line with budget. Again, I'll touch on a few very, very high level, and then we'll kind of dig into each line item in the slides. So a slight increase on the general government expenses just due to the inflationary increases as expected, and it's trending slightly below budget just due to some large expenses. Transit revenue has also increased from prior year, as this reflects the whole budget for Kootenay Lake West Transit.
Expenses.
Or expenses,
Yep.
sorry, yeah. So it reflects 6 months of the Kootenay Lake West, whereas last year we began April 1st, so that would only have 3 of the 6 months in last year. That's why we're seeing quite a little bit of an increase there. Again, a quick high level of where we're at around that halfway mark for most of the expenses, and in the subsequent slides we're going to dive into So starting with protective services, we're trending overall under budget, and for police, this is due to some positions that have yet to be filled. So as of now, we have only 2 vacant positions. Fire in 2025, we budgeted to have 2 members join us in July, so we would expect our budget to be under 50% because those wages are only going to be picked up in the second half. Some of these savings have been offset slightly, however, due to the increase of overtime, which brings me to the next slide. So here we're looking at the police overtime in hours. The 2 solid green bars are at your quarter 2 mark. So the light green being last year and the dark green being this year. So we're seeing an increase from last year just at June 30th. Then in the light gray box, just because we thought it was interesting to look back kind of our pre-COVID times, a full year in 2019 was just slightly above what we were at quarter 2 last year. And then the small outline of a green box is the full 2024 overtime hours. So what are we doing to address this? We hired 2 new recruits. One is at the JIBC currently, one goes in September. So there is a bit of a delay before we actually see them come back to the department. We hired 2 new sergeants this summer. And a good thing being we only have 2 vacant capital positions currently right now. So it's hopefully better than last year.
Just a quick question on that one. Thanks so much. Does overtime include, I recall last year that there was a contracting out to the RCMP. Is that included in the overtime, or do they have regular hours and then those folks might also have overtime that would be captured there?
This doesn't include any of the RCMP, this is just our staff,
Okay.
and that's finished now. So they came in, sort of helped over the summer,
Yeah.
but yeah, we're not using them anymore.
So it does it live anywhere in the 2024?
It does
Not in these
in the
books?
expenses, but not in overtime hours. This is just our staff's hours, so it wouldn't include the hours for any of the RCMP that came in and helped out.
Thank you.
Maybe for some more context on that, having just quick discussions with Chief Fisher the last time that we were in a meeting together. Just that they were feeling now with the 2 new sergeants in that, some folks with more experience to help train a lot of the new folks that are in. That was how they had laid out the plan and really hoped to see those, that come to fruit, and they really are finding that it's been a big help. They have some time now for their staff to actually take vacation and stuff, whereas previously they weren't able to do that. So he said overall now, like just sort of getting over that hump, things are starting to feel more normal around there as opposed to sort of, short-changed crisis mode. Not short-changed, short-staffed, sorry, crisis mode, yeah.
That's good news.
And looking at the fire department overtime hours, so similar to police, we've got the solid green bars for the light green being 2024 and the dark green being 2025. Again, comparing to the full year of 2019, we've already surpassed that. And then the outlined light green being the full 2024 year.
Yeah, and I think to recognize that's overtime hours on a substantially smaller staff than police has. So you can see that firefighters were working unsustainable amounts of overtime.
So to address that, we have the fire master plan that you all have been through. So we had 2 new firefighters start with us in July. We're in the process of the third-party dispatching that will help relieve some of that. And then from 2026 to 2028, we have the deputy chief and 3 additional firefighters proposed to come in.
And again, the fire chief has said it's, having these 3-man shifts on where we can is making a significant difference in being able just to keep up with and catch up with the workload that they've had in the past. So it's making a positive difference.
Councilor Wood?
Thank you, through the chair. I was curious as say with the deputy chief position, it's, a heavyweight position there, and I'm wondering when does the call go out for that position, or has it already gone out?
It has.
Okay, so
Yeah, we've
lots of lead time.
we've screened, we're setting up interviews next couple weeks, I think, not next week, but in September, so for a, early 26 hire is the plan.
Thank you.
So transitioning over to public works, we thought it's a bit more useful to look at parks and transportation together because the crews work, hand in hand. When they're not working on parks, they transition over to transportation and vice versa. So even though we're 50%, slightly over 50% of budget for our parks, at the Q2 mark, we can see that when you look at the 2 services together, we're underneath that 50%. With a light snow season at the beginning of the year, crews transitioned to parks earlier, and they really hit it hard to make sure that parks were ready to go before our visitor season. So you might notice that the parks were a bit more full and ready earlier than last year. So now that they've eased off of parks a bit, they've transitioned back to public works. So you see them still out in the parks, but maybe less. And we're expected to end the year within budget for both of those. Looking at water and wastewater utilities, although we had a light snow year, it was still very cold in January and February, and we did have some high cold snaps. So you might recall the water main breaks that we had earlier this year. So you'll see that in the dark green on the left-hand side under the water. We're trending a little bit over 50% because of that emergency repairs there. However, on the opposite side, looking at the wastewater, last year we were teetering over the 50% because of the force main emergency repairs that we had in 2024 earlier in the year. In Nelson Hydro, we're trending slightly over budget, but this is consistent with prior years, mainly because of the vegetation management work that we front load with our crews for the first half of the year. In power purchases on the right-hand side, that's a percentage of the budget. So we're in line with the last 3 years at this Q2 mark. Again, it does depend a bit on weather and consumption.
Councilor Wood?
Thank you. I'm not sure who can answer this, but I did read that the Kootenai Lake levels are at the lowest historical lowest levels on record. And I was curious to know if that is having any effects on Nelson Hydro's generation abilities.
I don't know what kind of freshet we had this year, I haven't looked
Yeah, I
at the
don't think-
numbers, but I don't think it was big.
I think Nathan mentioned the freshet was, they don't have the actual data yet, but they think it felt shorter than it has in the past.
Yeah, so
Takes a
they
while.
have to allow so mumuch water down the river, so
Yes.
so it wouldn't affect our normal generation, it would be freshet only.
Because it's a step system, right? Like there's many dams.
Yeah, they can only, the Kootenai Canal can only divert so much water, they have to leave so much water in the channel, and we generate off what they need to leave in the channel, so it's really the Kootenai Canal that would likely be affected by less water in the system, and since they're integrated through the whole system, they
Okay.
manage that from the Duncan to.
So Duncan basically holds most of the water and then releases it as needed.
Well, actually Libby in Montana is damming the
Okay.
Kootenai River. It's like the Columbia River Treaty.
Right.
Dictates how much water has to be released through that system, so. Yeah, the Duncan, I think has very little impact on the Kootenai River capacity there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Shifting over to some capital projects. We've been busy on the extended capital plan that we had set out, so I'll mention a few of these items. So the finished water storage, the Civic Center, and Nelson Hydro capital that's currently in progress is expected to primarily be completed in 2024 and all within budget.
It's done that.
26.
Yeah, 2025, right?
2025, sorry.
And on the hydro piece, and I think it's outlined in your package there, is, you know, they're over in some, under in some. We sort of went through line by line about a month ago with the hydro group there, just to sort of look at it, and we'll come in under budget for the year as a total, but you know, as always, there's some that are over and under. They've got a lot of projects on the go, so yeah.
Next generation 911 and upgrades to City Hall, specifically the elevator upgrades. Those projects are in progress, however, likely will not be completed in 2025. So we'll see that budget shift over to 2026 when we go through this year's budget.
Councillor Payne.
I'm just looking down the list, so if you skip something, I might go back. So I'm interested in the renovations to accommodate the office move for Bylaw, IT and Climate is nearly complete and within budget. Yay, that's not an easy thing to accomplish these days. Is it possible to get a tour up there when it's finished to see what it's like, or can we just show up one day and?
For this building?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
where this thing is happening, right?
Yeah,
Renovations
there's
to
a
accommodate the
lot,
office move?
like, so what we did with, probably what you want is, like downstairs, we did a bit of work, cause we were moving our IT department from here down to the first floor to accommodate them.
Yeah.
Bylaw moved up here to the second floor. The climate group's gonna move to where IT was. A little bit of
Okay,
work
it
done
doesn't sound that
this year
complex
and
right here.
fifth year, or in the fifth floor,
Yeah.
but as far as like what to look at, yeah, there's some stuff downstairs, you
Okay.
might wanna come take a look, yeah.
Okay, so that's, can you just say that again? So Bylaw came up to this floor.
Yeah, cause they
Who went downstairs?
IT
IT
was
went
in
downstairs.
with human resources
yeah.
and they moved downstairs. So now their space is available. We have the climate group all alone on the fifth floor. They're gonna come down to here, so now we'll all be on the first and second floors.
Okay,
This was all predicated by the Ministry of
Yeah.
Family Development, so it freed up that space here that we didn't have before that ultimately allowed us to bring climate down here, and it made good sense to have IT down, cause IT's works out of the financial group,
Yep,
right?
yep,
So
okay.
tied everything together.
Yeah, so the
Yeah, you
two
won't see a
benefits
lot
are,
in the climate group.
so it's
They're-
not a
they're
tour, it's
basically
just
in
sort of
existing
who's on
offices.
first,
Yeah.
where everybody's going. Okay,
the benefits, of course, are having everybody together on two floors, and
Yep.
now the fifth floor is available that we can lease that space out and actually generate some revenue from those spaces, so.
okay, and the Ministry of Children's Services is staying there?
They were here and they've,
But now they're up on the second floor.
No, I think they just left.
Yeah,
There was barely anyone there, it was always empty.
I think,
Yeah.
now with it, you can work out of any office. So provincially, they came out with their mandate where certain positions you could, if you lived in Castlegar and there's a provincial building there, you could work out of there.
But there was a ministry on the second floor.
Right across the hall.
Third floor, I mean.
Oh, third floor is still there.
Third floor, yeah.
Third floor is still there,
No,
okay,
there was
Third and
just
fourth
this-
are still there.
Yeah, just the guy on the second floor here.
third and fourth are
Who,
still
you remember,
there,
it's always
and
dark.
the fifth floor is
Yeah.
available.
Yes.
So if you want, how much office space is up there?
Yeah, half of, I don't know how many square feet.
5,000?
Yeah,
Okay,
fair game.
a fair chunk.
Yeah, and that was the other, nice to have everybody on
That's
two
getting
floors,
everybody
but let's,
consolidated.
and let's try and, get some more revenue out of that floor, right? So
Great
the
idea.
area that Climate freed up is like fully finished, nice, very leasable area, so we wanna get that on the market as soon as we can here, and then continue to explore options for the larger space that has still some tenant or leasehold improvements that are required.
Biggest renovations
Yeah.
are down at Public Works and Hydro.
Yes,
That's
where
one.
they're putting in 8 offices, is that what I read?
Yeah, that's the last line on here, the 475, I think Amy was gonna tell you was
Yep, sorry.
went over that. The budget exceeded that on the, I'll wait till you get to that
Just to
slide.
clarify, we don't have these slides, right? We just have this and this. Do you have that, Jesse?
Would have that.
Yeah, I think Sarah just went off to,
I thought it might have got shared with you, sorry.
That's okay. I've got a lot of notes here, I'll just match them up later.
It's the same details.
Hmm?
It's the same details.
This is more colorful.
It is. It's a beautiful,
So this color is good. Good segue, Leslie, thank you. The public works renovations are complete. Cost unfortunately exceeded the original budget by $170,000 due to building code requirements for fire and ventilation.
So just to, I went down there, took a look at that a few weeks ago. Really bare bones offices, but there's 8 offices that we can accommodate now. But I think anytime you're ripping into old buildings, you're gonna, the way the building code has changed over time, which is a good thing. But there was just additional requirements for fire separation and sprinkler systems and ventilation and all of that had to be accommodated. Definitely nothing luxurious down there. Like I say, I went and took a walk. But the good news is, if you recall, we were releasing some space for Kootenai Lake West out Weimer Road, so we no longer have that space. We're able to accommodate them in our own building, but we can keep that budget line item from BC Transit as far as the rental income that we're gonna be receiving rather than paying it to a third party. It's coming into us now as well as sharing some of those utility and overhead costs and that sort of thing. So we'll be able to recoup that investment in the office space over time. As well, Nelson Hydro, I don't know if you recall a few years ago, they were kind of putting the feelers out for external space because they'd grown to capacity. So again, we can keep them in-house and kind of help share some of those overhead costs. So it's a positive.
We haven't changed the footprint of the building.
Yeah.
yeah,
We went
that's
up.
awesome.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of
High space up there, yeah.
high
Sort of a mezzanine
stuff.
type office that they've got, yes.
How old is that building, Public Works building?
Built in, no, I don't think it's past 70, I think.
Yeah, somewhere in that range, 70s, 80s, is it?
80s.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was, spoke to a little bit of what was found in the walls when it was peeled apart. And so, cost increases there, but as well with, as Chris said, it needed to be sprinklered in that area. So it actually, a lot of the work that would be required to add additional offices in the future, which we'll eventually get to, has now already been done with that big sprinkler, pipe house that we had to build on the outside, the exterior. That's built now, large enough that it'll be able to service the rest of the building. So, we kind of had to pay upfront for a lot of that stuff, but we've future-proofed it to make sure that future expansion will be more reasonably priced.
Thank you.
I don't know if you said the second line yet, or, okay.
If you wanna jump in, you can.
No, go ahead, sorry.
Along with the public works renovations, crews are currently working on third-party services, and if those finish earlier than expected, crews will then transition back to city capital, at which point we have an increase in water main replacement capital budget.
Normally, we budget 600,000 a year for our own water main replacements. This year, we put 300,000 in the budget with the intent that we were gonna spend 300,000 doing work up at the cemetery for water mains, for sprinklers. We didn't end up budgeting for that. We should have put the $300,000 back into the water utility. We didn't, so that's a bit of a miss on my part. Overall, I think we'll still come in under budget. We've got other projects going on that are trending in a positive direction, so I don't think we need to do anything with the financial plan, but again, this is our own crews doing the work, so rather than having, finding things for them to do, this is work that needs to be done, so we'll kind of bring them back to do this work.
Just a technical question, Mary.
Councilor?
Thank you. So when you say water main replacement, this is not that technology where you're blowing, that's not.
That's in the sewer. You're talking about the cured in place
Yes, so
product?
you actually have to dig this is all
Yes.
dig, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's much more
Like
expensive.
out in front of the library and stuff like that. That was what I mean.
I think that was to connect to the new washroom, that piece.
Oh, so it
The
wasn't.
big work we did this spring was on
Cooney.
Cooney, yes. On Baker that was tied up for a
Right.
bit of time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll make sure that gets, that the slides get circulated to everybody just for
Coming at you.
reference. Councilor Payne.
The finished water storage, is there a completion date that we have for that? Is that this year or?
I don't think it'll actually get, the ribbon cut on it until 2026, but
Okay.
Rob was saying substantially complete this year. He still feels
Yep.
positive about that.
Okay, I'm also interested in the parks operational budget because it said the cemetery plan is wrapping up in the summer of 2025. So is that taking us to a place where we will understand where green burial is gonna be placed in that?
So we have it back in draft right now.
Yeah.
They're making
Awesome.
final changes to it, and yes, it addresses sort of what the future of the cemetery, where we can expand in different areas, how we address different choices people have in today's world and on burials, all of that. And then what's obviously the cost of all of that. We've asked them to look at, how, right now we're serving a bigger area than Nelson, what's the implications of that, and is that something we should continue to do or not do? Our fee structure is, I think they found that we're significantly under what others in our area charge for all our different options there, so there's quite a bit to it.
Okay, so we'll be hearing more about that as far
Yeah, I
as
think it should be finalized in the next few weeks and should be able to bring it back to you.
September, October?
Yeah, I think we'll.
As the
If
agenda
we wanna
allows,
make
I think at this point.
Okay, yep,
Yeah,
just curious. I mean, it's something that, inquiring minds need to know.
Yeah, and we're also finalizing an RFP on the parks. We're not gonna call it I think it's more operational. We need to understand what spaces we have in our parks. I think everybody likes likes our parks and what services they provide, so it's not so much should we rethink our parks, it's more about is there any spaces in our parks to accommodate additional uses, and what's the cost to maintain and upgrade what we have now is maybe probably the two bigger things that will come up through that.
So that's part of the bigger parks plan for 2026, right?
Yeah, I think
We're looking to go to market here, we're like CIO said, we're just finalizing what that RFP looks like, or what exactly we want to get out of that, and then we'll be going to market to have a look at that. Looking at starting sometime this fall, winter, a lot of desktop work, so.
Exciting.
Yes, Councillor Payne.
This is just a side note, but it does say with the transit exchange that it's complete. And I know we still need benches for what I would consider to be 100% completion. Do we have is it just a delivery procurement issue that they're?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured, I just thought
As well with
Benches were always in the plan.
Yeah,
For those that
No, I know
commented,
they were always in the plan, you can go
They've-
back and you can look at
they've
the
always been in the plan.
drawings, yeah.
it's just,
some landscaping as well.
and there's
yeah,
trees.
trees that'll go in. We don't typically plant trees in August, we wait till the fall to do that, so the trees will go in. The benches we anticipate being in by the end of this month, as well as the Herbaloo fully functional by the end of this month. So it was exactly from the group that we procured the shelters and the benches. That's why the shelters even took a bit longer. They had to come in.
They're there, that's amazing, they look great.
Yeah, they had to come in and custom measure them.
Yeah.
And so they did that, it took a bit longer, and then the benches, they had some challenges, supply issues on their end that just drug it out, so.
And is that the same supplier that's supplying the benches along the multimodal path on the?
No.
No, different.
Yeah, that's all of
Monarch was
that,
the name of the company that did benches, I think, right?
sorry?
Monarch, I think
Yeah.
is what BC Transit said was the name of the company.
And so it's BC Transit, because that was a BC Transit
Right.
project, they run all of that, whereas with the waterfront pathway, it will be.
Okay.
I think another unique thing with the benches in those shelters is because the ground is sloped, they need to kind of figure out how the bench, you don't want to sit on an angle, right? So what's that gonna look like? So it's, you put the shelters in, you can kind of map it out, see exactly the grade, it takes a little bit longer.
Sort of like when they tried to put the seats back in the Civic Theater and they were,
Yeah.
thank you.
Anybody else have a question before Amy jumps up and skedaddles? Okay, thank you, Amy.
Good job.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on, our next item up is a short-term rental update. And is that being done by Alex, who I see has ATs at the
That's being done by me. That's me.
Share your screen, Alex.
Yeah, I'll do that. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. So I'll dive right into it. The short-term rental update now this year, the primary thing that's changed this year is the creation of the province's new licensing system. So that's what I'm primarily going to talk about, and I want to talk a bit about what that's meant for Nelson as well too, and short-term rentals in the city. So as you're probably aware, earlier this year, the provincial licensing system came online for short-term rentals. It's a system that's separate and in addition to the city's business licensing system. And in fact, the stated objective of the province's registration system for short-term rentals isn't to compete with or challenge or replace municipal licensing, but the stated intent is really to support municipal efforts. As the province heard from municipalities that a lot of cities had been struggling with enforcement issues and with validating permanent residency, principal residency of a dwelling unit, and actually tracking, identifying addresses for short-term rentals. So they've required that not only all hosts, short-term rental operators register with the province, but also all platforms. And they've established agreements with the principal platforms. All platforms have to register and pay a licensing fee and share their data with them. So they've developed a pretty powerful tool, which has been very useful as well too for our enforcement and verification efforts at the city. As I said, it is very much complementary. We both the province and the city have principal residence requirement that are However, we verify that in different ways with slightly different documents, which is a good thing. It's not sort of duplicated or redundant, but it's complementary in that sense. But the provincial system also requires actually that people obtain their municipal business license first and provide proof of that, which is good for the city and assists in our enforcement efforts. But it does stop at the principal residence requirement. So the other rules that we have in place, regulations, most notably the cap, the citywide cap on short-term rentals, the block-by-block cap as well too. The building inspections to verify life safety elements on site. Our licensing system is also the mechanism that we use to sort of revoke the 75% utility discount given to secondary suites when they're not actually used as long-term accommodations. So all of that is still very much relevant with the provincial system being in place. So the fees that they charge are on top of our fees. They are two separate parallel systems that hosts have to register with. If the short-term rental is in a dwelling unit that is the host's, the applicant's principal residence, they only have to pay $100 annually for the province. Otherwise, it's $450. There are some nuances. I won't explain that too much here. They're not too relevant for Nelson, but I'd be happy to answer any questions about those in the case where a host doesn't have to live on site. But yeah. Yes?
Sorry, you can't see the hand, so I've got a question from Councillor Woodward for you.
Sure.
Thank you. Through the chair, Alex. I'm just wondering, so one of the incentives was to have, if you have a short-term rental, you have to live in the space. Is there an incentive to, for people living in the house and renting to have long-term renters over short-term renters? Because it seems like that's kind of a crux issue where people choose short-term because it's turnover, you're probably making more money through that process rather than having long-term, although you don't have the stability of a long-term renter. Is the government trying to push one way or the other?
Well, certainly, I would say maybe more indirectly, they're pushing towards long-term rentals. The whole objective, really, of this program and the fact that the province has started to intervene in short-term rentals is to protect long-term housing. And as I said, they're trying to assist municipal efforts with that and really focusing on this principal residence requirement. So you can do short-term rental, but the dwelling unit has to be your principal residency, or at the very least, maybe you live in the main house and you can Airbnb the secondary suite or the laneway house. But that's kind of all they allow for. There's so the only incentives, I guess, is directly is that if you do long-term rental, you don't have to register with the province, obtain a municipal business license, pay those fees, and then specifically for secondary suites and laneway houses, we have that 75% discount on annual utility billing for those types of accommodations. And then, if someone applies to Airbnb one of those, then we revoke that discount when they apply for their license.
Sorry.
Yes, Councillor Tate.
Sorry, thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
Is the 75%, in my head, I hear the word conforming secondary suite. Is that still true? It's not true?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't precise that, but that's definitely the case.
Pardon me?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't clear, but yes, it does have to be a conforming secondary suite.
Right, so that 75% discount is if you have a conforming secondary suite. Okay, thank you.
Exactly, yeah. And in order to make a short-term rental out of a secondary suite, it also has to be a conforming suite as well, so. No other questions?
Councillor, did you have a follow-up?
I'm just trying to understand the incentive structure obviously the provincial government wants more long-term rental suites rather than Airbnb. So the incentive structure is you aren't paying the fees, there's less rules and regs, and
yes.
Essentially it's I guess it's cheaper in some ways to have a long-term. but you maybe aren't making as much money? I'm just,
Well, I think the big push was people were buying condos and
Yes.
just short-term rental.
for sure.
You know, it was all about, wasn't so much that you were gonna be away for 2 weeks in your house and you're gonna short-term rental it. It was,
Right.
people were buying, there's Vancouver and Victoria, there were whole condos that were strictly Airbnb. I was just in Invermere. There's, you know, they're under the 10,000 or something. There's a building there with 200 units with 80% are Airbnb there.
And I think we saw that here in Nelson with some people who purchased on Victoria Street. That bought there just,
Just Airbnb.
Yeah, so that was really the big push, is that there were, you know, people weren't living in them at all. They were strictly being used as short-term rentals.
We're trying to nip that
That's the, yeah, that was
major
the big.
piece, trying to nip that.
I
Okay,
think
thank
the
you.
amount of people that are Airbnb in their bedroom or their house when they go away for 3 weeks, you know, probably some are, you know, with secondary suites, you know, probably, you know, province chose not to, you know, require that, but, you know, we, in Nelson, you know, we always required it had to be your principal residence. Wasn't, you know, we were always on top of this.
Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
So that brings up an interesting point, the building on Victoria, because I went on Airbnb today and there is a listing for one of those units. And when I looked at the number, it said exempt. So are they paying this $450 for the host not living there to the province?
Yeah, there's a couple of things to say about, I guess, the Victoria Street building is the most sort of notable case, but I was going to get to those numbers in a little bit, but because, I guess, thanks to the provincial system, there have been quite a few of those units. There were more units in that building and elsewhere in the C1 zone downtown that were listed as short-term rentals, notably on Airbnb, until a few months ago. And quite a few of them have disappeared because the city of Nelson, we didn't require principal residency in a commercial zone, right? And we still don't. In a commercial zoning, it's a tourist accommodation. It's the same license type as a hotel, so we don't require a hotel owner to live in the hotel, and we don't require a short-term rental operator to live there either as their principal residence. However, the province does. The province is just, if basically if you're listing on those kind of platforms, it has to be your principal residency. So their rules in our C1 zone are quite a bit stricter, and a lot of them have disappeared. So in the case of a property being exempt from the provincial principal residence requirement, indeed there are some cases, and really the only one that would apply in that building and in Nelson in general is if it's I forget that term. It's fractional ownership.
Sorry, what was
If a fractional ownership.
ownership, okay.
Yeah, so I think the idea is that if one or more, if multiple people own an apartment, then they're just exempt. Same thing if it's a corporation. If it's a corporation, one of the directors has to have it as their principal residency. But in the case of fractional ownership, and I don't have any more details than that really, they can obtain an exemption from the province.
Interesting.
But they still have to obtain a municipal business license, and they still have to register with the province, and they have to obtain a business license from the city. It's just that the city of Nelson doesn't require in the C1 zone that it be their principal residence.
That's probably, that's the Parksville, Qualica Beach. Those are all fractional ownership, and there's resort condos. throughout
Parksville
there.
was able to negotiate with the province an exemption for their owners there because of the fact that people bought
Resort condos.
sorely based on the fact that was gonna be a resort. It was like that block. Resort Drive was basically like a hotel, just
They were
spread out on
Yeah.
the drive. I mean, so they did manage to get an exemption from the government.
most of those do have on-site management, they're run as a hotel.
And exactly, as indicated on the slide too, strata hotel units as well too, is one of the categories too that can be exempted by the province. So, but I don't think that's a case that's doesn't really apply in Nelson, to my knowledge. Are there any other questions? They're all quite small on my screen when I'm screen sharing.
I've got nobody with their hand up right now.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So back to this slide. The provincial rules have been in place now for a few months. As I said, we have noticed a difference, particularly in the commercial zoning and the C1 zone. Because for our residential zones, nothing has really changed per se. We've already required principal residency. The province is also requiring it. We're checking it. They're checking it. But what the provincial system does allow, it does make our enforcement work easier because they have an address sharing agreement with the platforms. They're able to provide information pretty much in real time as well as what's happening, the number of nights that a unit is being rented out for, and they're also, the system is actually working. We've already used it a couple of times as well to signal a case of non-compliance to the province, and the platforms are required to take down listings when there's an issue of non-compliance, either with provincial or municipal regulation. So the provincial structure isn't just to sort of enforce their own regulations. It's really all designed to enforce theirs and ours, which is quite beneficial and has proven to be useful. I'm just going to go ahead, actually, a couple of slides just as we're talking about the provincial, so the impact of the provincial regulations.
Before you go further,
yeah.
Councillor Payne.
So that sounds to me like, is that a time saving for our staff if the provincial government is doing some of those, or is it piggybacking? Like, is there some economies of efficiency?
Yeah, there is some time saving for sure. Yeah, we already in recent years we've had fewer and fewer cases of listings coming up out of nowhere without first applying for a license. We've had less sort of hunting and address searching to do in recent years already, as I think message had kind of got out that we were doing enforcement work and that it wasn't worth anyone's time to try and skirt around that. But it is much easier now because Airbnb provides, if there's a new listing on Airbnb, for example, that address is instantly available to the province, who makes it instantly available to us. So we're also able to sort of cross-reference and verify. Sometimes what might happen is someone puts up a new listing and they don't put in the right business license number, for example, because we're able to see their address, we're able to make the match right away, and that's quite helpful.
Great. Okay, thanks. That is quite helpful.
So yeah, in the downtown core, there's been quite I think a significant drop in municipal tourist accommodation licenses in the last few months. Hotels and motels that stayed steady, but we have almost half as many sort of individual, like short-term rental units in the downtown core as we did at the end of last year. So it's dropped quite a bit, and that's directly due to or thanks to the provincial registration system and the fact that they're now imposing a principal residency requirement that we do not have. So in other words, there were 17 of those short-term rental units in the downtown core that they had a municipal business license and they were still eligible for one. Strictly speaking, but they weren't eligible for the provincial registration system because it was not the owner's principal residence. And they're no longer short-term rentals. Anecdotally, some of them have been, I think, sold off, put for sale, or rented out long-term. So for housing stock, long-term housing stock, that is good news. But it is 17 fewer units, short-term rental units is quite a drop overall when we consider the amount of short-term rental units in the downtown as well as in the residential areas. That represents a 10% decrease in short-term rental units over the span of a few months. So it has changed things for sure.
Alex, sorry,
Mhm.
just the second point, 17 others, and then it says including 21 individual units such as apartments and strata units. Sorry if I'm being a bit dull. Can you explain that a bit?
Yeah, I will do my best. I was not the one who made the slide. Sorry, I'm just sketching this now too. Yeah, that does appear to be a bit of a mistake there.
On the above, it's just 29 with 30.
Yeah,
Individual units, yeah.
Anyway, you can.
yeah, no,
That one.
yeah, you're right. That's the case. I would say that, yeah, 17 is probably the right number then. Right, to take 17 and 14, that brings us closer to 31, the total licenses. So it's probably the 21 that's a mistake there. Yeah, any others?
Do some of the hotel, hostel, motels potentially, are they operating under that while being a single apartment and strata unit? Is that?
Yeah, that might be it. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I can't. I didn't do the number crunching on this one, and I cannot clarify that. But I think that might be the. I think that might be it. It might be 21. It's in the August 2025 numbers. It might be 21 units out of the 31 that are sort of apartment strata units. Yeah, sorry. If we could try and find those numbers out later and get back to you.
Okay, Councillor Panero has a question.
This might be for Alex or it might just be for us, but if I'm understanding this correctly, the province requires even in the downtown core that it's a principal residence, and we don't require that. At what point do we align our policy with the province? Because in functionality, it seems like the province's rules supersede ours anyway. So when are we going to sort of change that to reflect reality?
Yeah.
They don't say supersede. They're stricter than ours for the downtown core. That's true. They're not intended to supersede them. They're complementary, but they are stricter. We could take that approach to align ours and require principal residency as well in the C1 zone. That it would require a bit of work and obviously changes to our bylaws. I would say that it's not a priority because the province is doing a good job at enforcing and ensuring compliance with their own regulations. So it's not necessary for us to also impose principal residency requirement. Like just as we can see with these numbers, there's been quite a bit of drop in units in the downtown core just in the first few months of this new system, and we have seen the province really coming down and the heavy hammer and taking action. So
is it fair to say that in our downtown core now, they're all short-term rentals are primary residences as well because the province would have gotten rid of all of the other ones? Or is there, because we have different rules as in the municipality, is there any way that things fall through the cracks and is there a gray area there at all that you see? Or is there any point, like you said, it's a lot of work to change the bylaws and whatever, is there any point in doing that? Are these numbers completely primary residence then, what's left over?
Yeah, they are, and at this time I wouldn't say I think that it's worth the work on our end to change our regulations. With the provincial system, they are, as I said, obtaining data in real time from all of the platforms, including the main ones, VRBO and Airbnb. So there's not a listing that goes up there without the province and us now being notified and obtaining their address and property ownership information, et cetera, et cetera. So there's not a way to get past that. Of course, if we're honest, right, there may be people who find a way to falsely declare their principal residency. The way that the province defines it is it's the place where you spend more time than anywhere else. It's more or less the words that they use. I guess maybe in recognition of people who might have multiple residencies and whichever one they live at the most is their principal residence. So there's always, the devil's in the details when it comes to definitions and, what is their principal residency. And that's always been the case for us as well, too. And not everyone is in a very, standard situation where they live somewhere 50 weeks of the year and then they go on vacation for 2 weeks. Everyone, in summary, all of the current short-term rentals that are operating in the downtown have provided proof of principal residency to the province's satisfaction.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Councillor Lockberg has a question.
So Alex, just to be clear, back in 2024, those licenses included people that owned multiple units. So that's the discrepancy between the 38 and 29. I know you've already talked about this, but I just want to be clear that it's still the case that there are some lingering people, whether because, let's say, my wife has a residence in her name, I have one in my name, or my kid, but we have one license, which it might explain how a strata unit or apartment you basically have more units on the market than licenses. Still, 4.
Yeah, so I was going to say, so Natalie just texted me what Val had told her about these numbers here too, is that so say for August 2025, the 17 others, which includes 21 units, it's that there's cases where you have one license but multiple units, which I should have thought of. So one license, like a hotel license, a hotel business license, covers a hotel, but there's multiple units in that hotel, right? There's multiple rooms. So there's a few cases where there's a cluster, in one building, maybe 2 or 3 apartments that are under one license. And these are just our municipal licenses. So the province has a different way of looking at it, and therefore with the principal residency requirement. But that's what this numbers means. It means that there's 17 licenses, but there's 21 actual dwelling units that are covered by those 17 licenses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was my assumption, but my question though is it still possible to have one license for multiple units if that license is shared, say, in a family where my wife has a unit in her, like an apartment in her name, I have my residence? Like, is that even a thing, or is the 4 that are left over just they haven't?
I would say if you have on-site management, like a hotel, then am I correct, then you can have short-term rentals. Like you have to have a desk that someone comes to, and you have to run a hotel.
Yeah.
In effect, so you could have somebody with 4 units that has on-site management.
Right, okay. Right, so they don't
units.
count as a hostel, hotel, or motel, but they're kind of a.
They're in a, maybe,
Special
I
class.
don't know what's happening over here with the above the lighting store, but if they have on-site management, they can still have short-term rentals for those 2 units or whatever.
As well, if you own a house though, and your house has 3 units in it.
This is our
Yeah, but
tourist
that's not a strata or an
accommodation.
apartment.
This is our tourist accommodation zone. This
Yeah,
is
but if
the
you have a
ones
house that's down in the tourist okay,
Yeah.
Natalie sat
I would-
up at the table.
Yeah,
so-
Natalie's come to the table, so
Yeah.
she can.
I talked to Valerie, so her and Alex are really the experts in this, but what I understand is that the province's rules are kind of complex for a downtown commercial area, and they will grant exemptions based on their legislation. And they don't tell us which exemptions they've granted or why they've granted them.
Okay.
But fractional ownership is one of the reasons. So maybe one family does own multiple units, but they fall under that exemption.
Okay.
So we are currently going back and forth with them to understand those rules and to get more information, but I think it's really important that the public understands it's not the city who is granting those exemptions, that is the province. And I would be worried about us trying to mimic or copy those provincial regulations in our downtown because they are more complex. Like, I think that might be better left with the province currently.
And they're responsible for enforcement as well.
And they are these are their rules, they are responsible for their enforcement. Our rules, we enforce and monitor.
Yeah, and our rules were designed to be at a sort of level of sophistication that we have the resources to work on, and they have a whole enforcement team as well too. I guess sorry, Councilor Latimer, I was a little bit confused with the question because it is a bit hard, to Natalie's point too, to sort of separate. When the numbers that we have on the screen here are really about our business license numbers, which isn't necessarily the same way that the province is looking at things. They might have a different way of interpreting, what is a unit and whether it's it's a principal residency. But as Natalie said, there are exemptions that are granted as well too. So it's but that is entirely within their realm, and I would say that so far, because we've seen quite a bit a drop again in the number of licenses. I think it's best left in their court. We could, see maybe in a year or two how things are going, and we're only really just in the third month now that the province is actually requiring platforms to take down listings if they're non-compliant with the provincial regulations. Like, we're really at an early stage at this point. So,
Can I just add, there's, we should also recognize there has been impact on certain property owners that, there's one building in particular that they had not sold all the units in that building, and now because these short-term rentals have come on board, so now they're trying to sell their unsold units, and people are reselling the ones that people bought for short-term rentals. So I'm not saying that's a good or bad thing, it's just a recognition that it had a pretty significant impact on someone that built a building and took the risk under a whole set of different rules, and now they're having to compete with resales, and they haven't even sold all their units yet.
Any other questions? Alex, back to you.
Sorry,
Oh,
there's
wait,
just,
Councillor
I just
Payne.
found listing where it also says municipal registration number is exempt. How does that happen? They have to have a business license, don't they?
they have to have a business license. There's, that is a good question. And that's why it is still useful that we continue enforcement, and not just say, oh, the province is doing it. We can move on to other things. So we do continue to check new licensings on a regular basis every couple of weeks, and to do a thorough check of all active short-term rentals every couple of months, and to identify those things. So we are able to see, so we are able to confirm that all the active short-term rentals, as of at least a couple of weeks ago, are up to date with their licensing. However, it's the Airbnb platform that allows people to, they require people, they quote unquote require people to put in their business license number, but they give you the option, to check a box that says that you're exempt. And some people can just check that box. But we still, through the provincial platform, we still have access to their address. We know who they are. And we're able to cross-reference that with our business licensing and be like, yeah, it's good. So their business license number might not be in their listing. Technically, by bylaw, that is a requirement, but we don't always prioritize following up on that specific requirement that number be listed, because we do know who they are. So.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I thought when Valerie came into the housing committee a couple of weeks ago, she said that if they didn't give their business license, Airbnb wouldn't list them, but they can just check that they're exempt.
Yeah, there's some. I haven't done it myself, but yeah, there is some process to say that you're exempt, and I think Airbnb kind of believes you. So then your listing can go up, but where they still provide, Airbnb provides their address to the province and to us, and we're able to see if they have their license or not. So
Thanks.
Really the provincial system has only made, it hasn't made anything harder for us. To the contrary, it's only simplified and improved our ability to really stay on top of things and ensure attain 100% compliance rate, and which we had already, but I guess maybe it helps us do that quicker and with less time. So kind of moving a bit away from the provincial regulations and just back to where to give you an update on where we're at with our own quota system. We're basically reached the quota. It says here as of August 1st, 105 out of 110 licenses has been issued, but that's because there's applications that were being processed. So we have a wait list. It's been quite a few months now that we've since the end of last year actually that we've reached the quota. Sometimes license holders they move on or they change projects in life and they retract their license, and that opens up space for our waiting list, which we had in place since fall of last year. 35 people have signed up, and we've actually been able to move through that wait list very quickly, actually probably quicker than I would have thought. That everyone who's signed up to the wait list, at least as of a few weeks ago, say end of July, there's been a few new people since. Everyone has been contacted and offered the possibility to apply for a license because other people have canceled theirs. It's just actually that the majority of people who signed up for the wait list weren't actually ready. I guess they maybe assumed that the wait would be longer, but development services contacted them and they said they weren't ready at this time. So they've been removed, but 10 people who are on the wait list have obtained a license. One of them is pending. So we've moved through that wait list very quickly, actually. And a few new people join it every couple of months. So we're still at the max of our annual quota. There's still quite a bit of space for the 4-month licenses, as has been the case for a long time. But I would say there are only 3 blocks in the city where we've reached the maximum 3 per block quota. 2 of those blocks are some of maybe the longer blocks. We really define a block as between one intersection and another intersection or the end of the street. And 2 of those 3 blocks are Sprout Drive and Perrier Lane, which happen to be long blocks. Most of our blocks are the grid system, and they're at a pretty standardized size. So there's only one of those sort of standard size blocks where we've reached the quota. Are there any questions on this slide?
So Alex or Natalie, do we have an analysis of, is that secondary suites, laneway houses, what's that makeup?
I don't have it, but we do have an analysis, correct, Alex?
Yeah. In our tracking spreadsheet, our licensing spreadsheet, we have all of those numbers there. I don't have them right here, but I think there's only a couple. There are quite a few secondary suites for sure. It is a pretty popular category, and because people don't have to have the suite as their principal residence, but just the property. So you can live in the principal dwelling unit and short-term rent out the suite. So even though we revoke that 75% utility discount, it is a common option. For laneway houses, I think there's only a couple of them, and that's because any laneway house built since I think it's 2019, as per the zoning bylaw, is no longer eligible for short-term rental. So that's part of zoning. Any new laneway house cannot be Airbnb'd. So there were only a handful of them prior to that bylaw amendment being put in place. So I think there's only maybe 2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be interesting to share and the number of secondary suites we have, because I think we have a lot. I don't know, is it 10% of it, 25% of it is,
You can find the secondary suites in Stats Canada.
well, we
On the
built for
census.
secondary suites, so we know how many we have, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a list, yes, of conforming suites that we built for as well as non-conforming suites, yeah.
Yeah, we can get that information.
Councilor, question?
Thank you, Mayor. I remember maybe a year ago, a vote came to the table about did we want to bump up, because we were bumping up against the limit and we as a council voted no. And part of that was driven by that information the staff had gotten from the hoteliers, like with their capacity, and I think it was somewhere around like 60 or 70% capacity, though there was still capacity in the hotel realm, and so we said no as a council. So I'm wondering, like, it seems like there's now built-in room. There is room because we've gone through the wait list, people are moving through the system. So it seems like we're kind of sustainable, I guess, that we're just we're working with what we have, we're not making any big changes.
It's like there's some turnover.
There's some turnover. So it feels kind of like we're in a good place, I guess, in terms of like how many we have and what's the capacity of the hotels. In general, is that a correct assumption?
Yep, it definitely looks like that at this point. Again, it's as you just mentioned, it's been nearly a year that we've finally reached that 110 quota. There's no one who's waiting more than so far more than a few weeks really on the waiting list, who's actually ready and says yes, I'm ready to actually obtain my license and pay for it. So I think we just keep calm and carry on with this system. It's still relatively new. It hasn't even been a year that we have the wait list in place. I would say just off the top of my head, we might want to talk about it again. When you get to a point where there's multiple people who are on a wait list for a very long time, and that there's interest in having more licenses, but then again, we'd want to do the same exercise and check in with the hospitality industry and see what their occupancy rates are looking like as well too, and see how that's evolved. But that last survey we did was not even a year ago, so we still have pretty fresh data.
Okay, thank you so much.
Alex, can you remind me, what's the regulations in the rural bordering area?
In the regional district, there are not regulations on short-term rentals. With the provincial system, they have to, as I understand, they still have to register with the province, but they're exempt from the principal residence requirement. I might be mistaken, but I think they are, because there's that threshold that you mentioned too, Kevin, of 10,000 residents. So any municipality, municipality that's under 10,000, so that includes Castlegar, Trail, Rossland, nearby. The province is not enforcing a principal residency requirement in those communities. Nelson is just over the threshold. For the regional district, I don't think they are either.
The province gave them the power to issue business license for short-term rentals, but I'm not.
Yeah, they did that, yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, so Alex, I want to thank you for your time. We will see your smiling face again as the
In
evening
a couple hours. Yep.
progresses along. So please go and get yourself some nourishment or have a little rest, because I know that you're 3 hours ahead of us. So we will try to get to the next time that we need to see you sooner than later, so that you're not up all night. So thanks again.
Okay. Thank you. See you later.
So moving on to item 7, city manager's verbal report.
Just a few items, civic center renovations. We have finally got all the windows here. We're missing 2 windows, which are the two of the upper windows that have the louvers that operate the mechanical system, so they were critical to the mechanical side, so we expedited getting them delivered here, so they're supposed to be in this week and they'll get the louvers installed, and that will allow the mechanical system to be finished in the dance umbrella space. So once those windows are in, they can, finish, basically they can finish the drywall, the paint, the flooring, and have that space ready. We're fully out of the civic theater space, so we're just going through substantial completion there so that we can turn that space over without sort of competing trades potentially in the space. I think probably most people have heard through at least the grapevine that the dance umbrella is not going to continue to operate, so they're not coming back into that space. So we are going to work on a leasing policy around. There's been quite a bit of interest in that space, and we need to, we don't really have any criteria around why we lease to person A versus person organization B. And I think one of the things that we really talked about is how do we make sure the space is utilized as much as possible and as broad of the community as possible. So whether you're a nonprofit or a profit, if you can demonstrate that you're going to make sure that space is well utilized and well utilized by the community, then we're talking about developing a scoring matrix, to really encourage that highest use and be in partnership with other groups that you make sure that space is fully utilized. So we're working on that.
Just on that, I would imagine knowing who the primary leaser is going to be might influence what you do in the space or get them involved early, because you might do something, they have to undo it.
Well, we're finishing the, basically we're doing floors, windows, walls.
Right.
There's no leaseholds in that.
The floors would still be fine for dancing or
whatever, it's gonna be a finished, we're repairing the existing hardwood floors in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're just gonna be a resurfaced hardwood floor.
Yeah,
That'd be fine
with a
for
really,
dancing.
sort of, I guess, gym finish on it, so they're
Great.
Resilient for whatever use that would be.
Because I just think that the dance community is actively looking for new space. Yeah.
Councillor Page has a question.
Sure.
Could we explore, and I think coming out of that recreation engagement, whether it makes more sense to have an operational agreement extended to the regional district of the NDCC and have it manage the booking of such space. We already do it with the Civic Arena. In terms of what going on there, we've got the Blue Room there. Maybe it just makes sense that there's lots of policy about nonprofits and public use and youth and non-youth, and we could come up with some sort of leasing fee arrangement where they actually just deal with the booking and the programming, and it's just one more thing you can book through the NDCC.
As our model is really to lease out to a primary tenant, and they manage whether there's all the rest of it. So that would be a different model. I'm not sure if are they willing to lease the space, and
I think we should explore it. Because we've had all these discussions. A lot of that policy work is already completed on that side. I think we could probably come up with some sort of amicable arrangement where we were getting utilization as high as possible, and the dance community and the movement community in general, I think, would be the primary groups that would be booking that space one after another to pay services. But
If I may, I'd be careful about that because I know some of the dance community, they're a complete shop, right? Like they could move in, take over everything right away.
yeah, just
Like they wouldn't need the additional bureaucratic layer to help them.
One of the pieces that came out of rec was how many members of the public have may never utilize a particular space. They may never have an opportunity because it's been locked down by a particular user group. So the potential there in having space and all the spaces the RDCK books out, we go through stakeholder engagement. There's beginning of the years with the Ritas and the ice and the gymnastics. So I think it's something to explore.
Thank you. Sarah would like to say something.
Yeah.
Just that this very request is coming forward to the next council
Oh.
meeting. So we might wanna put it on hold to have a conversation around it until we get more detail.
So this request being what? I don't understand.
To that the RD,
Oh,
they've
okay.
talked about us or them taking over some of the leasing of our facilities for recreation facilities.
Yeah, and I think council needs to decide, is this a recreation space or is now the NDC into cultural spaces? And I think that's a conversation that needs to be,
Culture and rec.
like, you know, what is, yeah, I think that, they traditionally have not been in culture space in the past. I don't know if they want to step into that space. And now they representing recreation or are they representing both? So I think you would want to be clear on that.
So are we okay with that, that obviously something's coming forward at a next meeting
And I think
regarding?
certainly an option can be, we'll let them know.
So that request, is that coming parallel to the draft lease policy or separately?
It's something that landed on my desk today, yesterday, and we're like,
Well, we need to have a conversation.
for sure.
Okay, and riffing off the lease policy, which is where we started, does it apply to all city buildings? I'm thinking of the rowing paddling conundrum.
We're having a discussion about that very thing
Okay.
right now. As it's being developed, it's sort of like, yeah, we're not clear either, so we're just trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, and I think some of the things we have never really contemplated in the past is, do you get it forever? Do you get it for 5 years? Do you get or unusual, at least an entity?
And what do you get for it, right? Like when you sign a lease with the city, what do you get? Is it just space?
So I think there's, yeah,
I don't think we're gonna see this lease agreement, Councillor Tate, come back next week in a finalized form, next month in a finalized form, as I listen to the discussion. It seems that there's a number of things that have to be contemplated, and so hopefully staff will be able to bring us back some options, and then that will streamline our discussion, because I can see where we could go. My head's already gone about 400 places, which means that yours has gone 4,000 or 400,000. So I think let staff, it's just that what you needed to know was the dance umbrella has lost its membership. It's been publicized. It's not because they weren't in our facility, they were accommodated elsewhere, their numbers are just down. That space, once we get it finished, which it's not finished, so nobody's going there next week. We have some time there, and then we just have to be aware that we need to be looking at how it gets utilized. This is an opportunity. So we need to maximize the opportunity and let staff. Councillor Pinero.
Just for my own historical context, what was the lease agreement like with Dance Umbrella previous to all the issues with the building and blah, 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 but like they've been in there for, was it forever? So was the lease maturity or was it renewed every 5 years or what was
It
the?
was renewed every, I believe, 3 or 5 years, wasn't in perpetuity.
well, effectively it was.
Never considered what else it could be used for.
There was nothing in that, there was no process to decide whether we should renew this lease or not.
Right.
We just
We
kept
just renewed it and had there been some other interested party, there was no mechanism to like figure that out. Like,
And we've
they
never really run into this before now, because we're a growing community, right? So
And it
that's,
wasn't really being maximized to the number of hours it could have
Yeah.
been, like they had their programming sort of after school, but during the day, for the most part, it was empty, right? So if there's a way to make sure, you know, if someone wants to use it in the morning or, you know, the afternoon and then dance in the evening, and I think then you get more people in there. Just how do you maximize that?
Carrying on, so we're probably, I would say, we should have the the windows in this week. There's one very challenging window. Picture the window that's the farthest, I guess, north, across the roof of the Civic arena. We cannot reach that with a man lift, so we're gonna have to build scaffolding, and you have to engineer what you can put on the roof, and so none of these things are easy. That was a very complex project to try to figure out how you do things, so they are working with the engineer. I think they have a strategy to put scaffolding to get up that last large window, and well, both the large and the small window on that. But all the others are in, they have to case them, they have to caulk them, then they have to clean all that space and clean the windows, and then install the new or the old heritage windows into the the inside cavity. Those have to breathe, so dust can get in between the two. So it's all these things are not easy things to do in that building, and when you have a 80-year-old building, right? So I think we're probably a month, 2 months away from having that finished and being completely out of there. We are on budget. In fact, we should come in under the grant. We're exploring what the best way to utilize the balance of that grant. So that's the civic roof project. As far as the civic theater project, the Nelson Civic Theater Society project, we have been meeting with them. They do have a Class B cost estimate. They do not have funding to complete the full project. They have a phasing plan where they go fundraise. We've asked them for their operational plan as well going forward, because what they have funding for now is to create 3 spaces, but not finish theaters 2 and 3, and not renovate theaters 1 either. But we've done, people are interested in having another look in a month or so. The work we've done is really improved the theater 1. It's all freshly drywalled and looks so much better than it ever did in the past. So there's a big improvement there. So it'll be a solid functioning theater. They do have money to renovate the lobbies and washrooms and all that work, and they're confident that they can fundraise the difference, but they're probably still $1 million plus away from being able to get theaters 2 and 3 operating, and probably another $1 million from finishing theater 1. So they have still a big task ahead. So we've asked for, like I said, an operating plan. What does this look like if you have theater 1? So they have provided that. We just looked at that. They would like to come to council and give you an update on their project, but that's where they are.
So they're gonna get the internal structure
Yeah.
done for the compartmentalization and the mini elevator or whatever else they need to do for internal.
Yeah, so the first phase would not include an elevator, the accessibility side of it. It wouldn't, it just wouldn't finish they would put up the demising walls, but it wouldn't finish. They may not be able to insulate those to theater standards, the acoustics, the flooring, the equipment, all that.
But then
that's
they can
related
chase
to-
fundraising for theater 2 and then theater 3, and
But theater
7 or 8
1,
years they could be at the end of their project.
so theater 1 will be operational with the renovations, and like I said, the new lobby space, new mechanical, electrical will go in that first phase as well. So So it's positive,
No.
but still, they still need a chunk of cash to get to where they wanna get to. So that's the civic. Speaking of buildings, fire hall, we're still pursuing that. We are looking at setting up meetings at UBCM with both staff and ministers around the environmental aspect of that property, so we're pursuing that. Our climate team, Chris and I just sat in on a workshop where the climate team has been working with some consultants on, how do we build this on a low carbon footprint, and really basically looking at mass timber. Is that a viable way to move forward? It looks like it. There's obviously having Klesnikoff right here is quite beneficial to us. So, but ultimately we need a site, and we need to, go that way. We need to engage. We have to make a decision. That's the way we're going, and engage those folks at the front end in the design. You can't you can't go and have a design and then try to make it work with mass timbers. The advantages, they need to know that, they need to, you need the design to fit what they built, right? So you need their CLT panels at what they can build them out of, as opposed to, it can't be custom. You have to think all that through from the beginning, is sort of the message we've received today. So we're certainly exploring that. We're working with the mass timber group. I think they've been enrolled into a ministry or something now, but working with them in terms of identifying potential grants, making sure we're on side with procurement and other things. We clearly need infrastructure grants to move forward with a fire hall. It's multiple millions of dollars that we don't have. So anyway, that one's progressing.
Is there any possibility, and we've been through this with the grant mechanisms for affordable housing, is there any way to start bringing more people to the table for building footprints in small municipalities? Is there any way to bring, I don't know, Pickleball Canada to put a pickleball court on top of the fire hall, just as an idea? Are there any ways to get more people and different grants so that we're getting more optimization out of the same square footage? We're using volume. Cause we've got a couple years.
Yeah,
We've got a year, we've got 2 years, we've got some time to kind of motivate that.
It's people have looked at housing, as you're aware. It's a difficult, because of what the building is and the separation you need to have, and it's a difficult building to add. It's a specialized building.
But it's happening in other places where you've got housing combo and library combo.
Yeah.
So I don't know what combo is best in Nelson, but is there an opportunity to look for a combo?
Potentially. What's come out at this stage is they haven't been good fits, and they've come at a premium.
So the fire hall. Yeah,
Fire
other
hall.
footprints, discussion can be had. I mean, we kind of had that discussion around the recreation. There's some other stuff muddying those waters, I think, but with the fire hall, it's really that post-disaster standard that it has to be built to, that just makes those costs to put anything above it far higher than they would be to just build the traditional building on its own. So it's that post-disaster standard that the fire hall has to be built to, and anything over top of it or as part of it has to be built to as well.
So basically the benefit is you're sharing land cost, right? That's really what you're getting by adding additional uses to it, right?
And you're sharing public land or
Yeah.
public good.
No,
Okay, I'm
for
just
sure.
gonna just
Yeah.
check that one out there too.
Counselor Page?
Just being, I wanna be conscious of time too, I'm sure we're past 6 now, but when we get to the conversation after we figured out our location and we're starting to think about what goes on with the old fire hall, how are we planning to approach what discussions go on there in terms of whether it ends up being private or it has some public use or there's some community good use. I know that's part of where the community is gonna start having more interested questions of where that could go and what's the best way to.
Yeah, I think we will start to explore that with the facility workshop that we're gonna have this fall. And so council recognizes what facilities you do have and what the cost of maintaining and renewing the facilities we do have, and what footprint can we realistically afford to manage as a city and
It just, in this one particular, given its heritage, we for that facilities workshop, we should have some discussions, I think, about how long of the lead time do we let the community know that potentially this is gonna be something that they can acquire versus just being really cognizant of how much time people have had a chance to bring stakeholders together to do something that might be, of a community benefit or private benefit, or how those values and how we've consulted with the public on how those values come to play for this particularly awesome and heritage historic building, so.
no, I think this will be a start. Here's the reality of what we have, what the cost to maintain and upgrade these are, and where we wanna go from there. And that might be more consultation with community or whatever. This isn't, there will have to be some decision making because we have some things that are in dire need of repair, and are we gonna go ahead on our own, or are we gonna go ahead and if there's a partnership or whatever, so there's some immediate decisions that will have to be made, and then there's some, the fire hall we're not building in the next 2 years, probably, we're 3 or 4 years by the time we get grants to, build that, so, and acquire lands and do all that sort of thing, so, there'll be there should be time on those type of facilities, and others, we might have to make decisions sooner than later. Okay, so what else did I have? The BCUC has finally made a decision on the 2025 rate application, which includes our cost of capital. So they accepted that we can't borrow at, if it was an independent utility, it would not be able to borrow at MFA rates, it'd be able to borrow at at lending rates that were higher, so there's about a 3% premium here from what we would have borrowed at MFA, so we get to make that return on our capital. What they didn't accept was that we should get credit for the fact that we're a non-taxable entity, and if it was a taxable entity, then they would be paying, if your Fortis owned it, rates would pay for their taxes, and so that wasn't, it seemed like in the GCOC decision they recognized that, but through this rate review, they interpreted the GCOC decision as saying that we shouldn't recover taxes, so that was a bit of a loss, but the rest, so we have some certainty there, and to decide what we do with the rural part of the utility. Do we keep running it as part of a department? Do we make it a corporation, or what's the best avenue? But at least until other decisions are made, we know what our return is. We'll look at the impact on rates are probably about a 5% increase to rural rates for the changes in our weighted cost of capital. We were able to recover those back from 2024, so there's about a $930,000 that we'll recover in additional rates. We get to recover those over the next 3-year period. So I think middle of the road decision was made by the utility commission, so so that's the where that's at. And you're aware that we lost our bylaw manager and we're rehiring for that position. I think Sarah's in the middle of interviews for that. As I mentioned earlier on the deputy chief, fire chief, we're gonna be doing interviews for that position in the next few weeks, so I think that's.
Emergency management?
Wait, yes, we have. Yeah, I think we had
in that process.
I think we had not a strong list of applicants as we were hoping, so we're looking at the ones we do have and looking at how that position has evolved and what we need it to do in the future and how it fits with the fact that fire is going to expand and more staffing, etc. So how do we make sure that we have the right structure going forward for that, and is that part of it? So.
It's 10 hours.
Yeah, I can see that, I get to see it in my screen here, so I just want
Good.
I want the city manager to be able to finish his report, so we're not carrying this over. We are eating in-house, so
I'm good.
Councillor Payne, did you not want to ask your question?
Not about that one, no.
Okay. Councillor Latimer, you're just putting your hand up because you're getting hungry. Or did you have a question? Yeah, okay, no, I'm well aware of the time. I just want to make sure.
I have a
Yes.
question, but have you finished?
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, this might be a short answer, and it might be for GM. I'm curious about the Trevor Street extension as we get ready for September, and we know that new road, which I think is technically a roughed-in road now, is where the footpath was for a lot of students accessing the high school. So I'm curious about, I think on one side it's like, do not enter, construction live, do not touch. How do we, what kind of communications are we having for the fact that it is it a road? Can they walk on it? That is the way the students go. What should we do?
Yeah, I actually ran into a developer on the weekend, and he's feeling they're making good progress and they're hoping to pave, I believe, that first area this fall. It will be gated, so traffic doesn't go through there, but I assume, my understanding is it's been well used at present by people. So I think the construction should be finished sometime this fall. He certainly said well before winter he'll be done. All the services are in, my understanding. So it's progressed.
Yeah, I
Really
noticed the
quickly.
construction down the right of way there, I guess is for services.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know the footpath particularly well, but is there still an access from what's now the new roughed-in road down to the high school? Is there still like?
I think you would have to walk to the end to Cottonwood,
Okay,
which is where
Yeah,
that
it's
end
to
of
the
it.
far end of the school,
Yeah.
basically.
yeah, okay, great.
Yeah.
But there is still a plan somehow within those lots to have the access down, so.
We've started some discussion with them, they would like to utilize some of that corridor, I think, that's the street right away, or I'm not sure what street it is, or that odd piece that goes through that wasn't either our lands or, and we said we would create some access corridor, so see whether we can horse trade for some of that. Because the current approval doesn't have that in there, right? So, but
Thank you.
we might be able to do some horse trading to make that happen.
We don't wanna end up in a Perrier conundrum. We
Yeah,
accidentally sold what was already being used as a footpath by lots of people.
yeah, and I think the community up there is looking at a solution for, asking for a solution.
Okay, great.
You have some ability to choose to, we do have rights to get things that we want. So at that, like, I agree. I think that was just an error, that it didn't get registered for.
Yeah.
for-
But now we have
We should be able,
hindsight.
we should be able to correct that error, I think.
Okay,
Um,
thank you.
And yes, that is on our radar. We have had some preliminary discussions.
Any further questions?
I read we were getting electric buses, is that correct?
Yes, it's on the plan. I don't know if Chris wants to give any more detail.
It
I know
didn't
they've
sound
come in.
super official, but sounded real, is it real?
I believe it is, but there's a bunch of infrastructure and training.
So it's
and-
not like next month or anything?
Yeah, our
Okay.
garage needs, the
Okay.
equipment to manage these type of buses.
Stuff you
So
hear
there
about
will
that.
be a press release and a whole.
When we get there, Transit came and had a look at the actual facilities, that's long been talked about that we would get these buses. But as the sort of understanding around them has evolved, there's a bunch of, as the CAO mentioned, requirements around for the garages, that's gotta be kind of separated because there is fire risk associated with the batteries, et cetera, so. And then the charging infrastructure to make sure that we have it all, so there's a bunch still that needs to be infrastructure put in place. Seems like we're still earmarked to receive them.
Okay.
It's just a matter of, the funding to make those upgrades, et cetera, to get
I
them.
just wanted to mention it, cause I think when it gets out into the public sphere, people are like
Well, I
either.
saw it on Castanet, so.
Yeah.
That's what I saw.
It's in the public sphere, so I don't know that it's gonna get out there, it is out there, so.
That's what I mean, when it gets out there, if we can give some clarity around what the actual.
Yeah, I've talked to these guys and asked BC Transit to come and give an update on
Perfect, that would be great.
where they're at with that and what needs to happen for that to happen.
Okay,
And the transit exchange, I think there's a desire to have some type of grand opening, so we
Oh.
start to have discussion about what that looks like and when that could happen.
and do you have any other things on your list? Okay, if I could have a motion to recess for dinner? Oh, okay, that was, everybody put their hand up, so everybody seconded it, and all those in favor? Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Natalie. There's dinner here if you want, from Natalie. She knows she's in.
Yeah. So she's back in.
Run home and put kids to bed.
Gosh, he's turning 100 in September.
Oh, went and visited my friend in Cranbrook when I was in there a few weeks ago. His mum passed away a few days earlier, 3.5, still living at home.
Good, okay.
Right? She was always this feisty little thing.
When you're done your sentences, can you re-say what Kevin said but shorter about the BCUC rate application? I got lost, I'm sorry. So it was good news, bad news?
Yeah, I haven't read through the whole thing yet, it just came out, like 2 days ago, 1 day ago?
It was
Yeah.
good news,
Yesterday,
bad
I think it
news?
came out.
We got recognition on the
Yeah.
interest side, which
Okay.
increases the return we get.
Yeah.
But they didn't, it looked
But
like
not the cost of capital.
Yeah, it looked like the original decision on the cost of capital was gonna allow us to basically,
Wrap that
Recognize
into those
that.
rural rates.
well, yes, this is all about the rules.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
The
And we-
biggest thing was the
yeah.
taxation piece,
Yeah.
that we had argued that here's what return you should be able to make. It should be indifferent whether we're a municipality that's non-taxable or a corporation that's taxable. And it seemed clear to us in the GCOC decision that we would get credit for the fact that, we're not taxable, so we'd still be able to charge the same rates as a Fortis who is taxable. But then the rate decision came down and it seemed to contradict that. So anyway, like Kevin's saying, it's kind of some positive, some not.
Nelson,
Two funny things.
Two funny things to tell you.
It wasn't with timber.
For the belly laugh list.
Councillor Latimer,
Kate's belly laugh list.
we've gone live.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does definitely.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. If I could have a motion to reconvene. Moved by Councillor Pinero, second by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor, and that carries. So we were at council reports, and it has been some time, so I am going to give opportunity for anybody that would like to do a quick update to have a moment to report out. Seeing any takers? Nobody has a report? Okay. So my report is, you've all been sent it under separate cover. And you've got two reports there. You've got just some highlights of July and August with some attachments for a bit more explanation. And you've also received my my personal study that I did on the food cycler and resource recovery, which I've also forwarded on to the climate teams. So you might find of some interest. It's just, I was very curious because I found the first round of the study results that we got back a little bit hard to follow and just didn't feel that they weren't at least reflecting what was happening in my house. So anyways, it's one person, it's a N of one, so it has no statistical significance, but it is available. And although it wasn't in tonight's package, it is an addenda and it will be in the minutes afterwards. So any of you that have questions can reach out to me. Okay, seeing as how nobody has anything they'd like to report, we will move on to requests. And our first request, 10A, is the temporary use permit for 512 Latimer Street. So Development Services has received an application from the Nelson Brewing Company to renew a temporary use permit for the property located at 512 Latimer Street. The existing TUP expires on September the 6th, 2025. If approved by council, the TUP renewal would allow the applicant to continue operating at Neighborhood Pub at the above reference property until September the 6th, 2028. Development Services and staff are recommending to council approve the TUP renewal. Moved by Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Payne, Page, you moved. Any discussion?
The only discussion I'm curious about, given this is the second round, is what is the long-term plan? Is it zoning adjust when you go through those people? What happens next?
We're definitely cutting to the chase tonight. I had a whole presentation and everything.
Yes,
I like it. Yeah, so under the Local Government Act, you can apply for a temporary use permit and renew it once for an additional 3 years. So after the 3 years, they would have to either apply to rezone or cease operating a neighborhood pub.
Sorry, do we wanna hear that presentation?
Well, I mean,
It's all the same information.
it's probably the information that's in here. I mean, we can hear it, but maybe if we just ask a couple of questions, we'll get clarity and.
That was mine.
Okay.
Pre-read, there was some pre-reading
Yeah.
done. Good job, team.
So, Ken, just to clarify, in the new OCP, it doesn't contemplate a neighborhood pub at this location.
That's correct, and that's a good point. So, and very timely. So, once the OCP is approved by council, we're gonna be moving on to the zoning bylaw review. And one of the things that we could look at is potentially including neighborhood pub in that M1 zone. Because right now it's a bit of a technicality because you're allowed to operate a brewery. And with that comes some privileges like being able to give people samples. But it doesn't currently allow neighborhood pub that would allow any amount of alcohol to be served.
So Councillor Lockenberg, followed by Councillor Tate.
Through the chair, do you need a signal from council to move ahead with that? Because if you do, I'd be happy to move.
Probably wanna pass this first.
Yeah, I'm just curious if it's even needed.
We can note it. We have a workshop with council in October, and that can be one of the things that we can note.
Councillor Tate.
Do you have a follow-up?
No.
Thanks, thanks so much for this. I noticed in this one and our most recent TUP that there's some feedback from both the police and the bylaw. I was curious if that is like a documented list that you reach out to? Can, as a crew, can we ask you to also reach out to Nelson Kootenai Lake Tourism if it's applicable, or the Nelson District Arts Council if it's applicable, depending on what kinds of things are being asked of council? It'd be nice to hear from our community partners what their input would be on different and new things coming to the table.
For sure, so each application is taken on a case-by-case basis, so there's some standard departments that we send all applications to, like fire and engineering and public works. And then in cases like this, because it involves the LCRB, we also send it to them, and because it's anything sort of related to cannabis or alcohol, we also send it to the police. So we don't have a standard list, but it is something that we could consider in the future. If there's something sort of tourist oriented, we could start sending it to them as well.
Or other community partners as applicable, because we don't know what people are going to ask for, but when it comes to the table and be like, oh geez, I wonder what Kootenai Lake Tourism would say about this. Sounds like it's tourism oriented. It'd be nice to be able to ask those questions without having to send it back.
For sure, oh yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Page, if you'd like to read the recommendation, please.
The council passed the following resolution. The council approved temporary use permit file 2506002 to allow the applicant to operate at the hub in the existing building located at lot 3 to 10, block 46, district lot 95, Kootenai District Plan 9500.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. I see no further hands coming up for questions. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, council. And staff have noted the add-on for the October meeting regarding future. Okay. Okay. So there you go. Thank you for coming. The proponent's business was in the room. Okay, item number 10B. FCM non-board committee member appointment, and my apologies, Councillor Page, this was supposed to just say councillor, not your name in particular, because other councillors could be asking for this endorsement as well. But that a councillor seeks council's endorsement to apply for appointment as a non-board committee member with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. FCM requires a council resolution supporting the application and commitment to cover the associated costs to attend the meetings. So you have before us request, Councillor Lockenberg.
Oh, I was just gonna move the motion.
Okay. And seconder, Councillor Woodward. Okay, Councillor Lockenberg, if you wouldn't mind reading the recommendation.
The Council of the City of Nelson endorse Councillor Keith Page to serve as a committee member on committees of FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in June 2025 until the end of the council term of October 2026, unless re-elected. And further, the council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Keith Page attending FCM meetings.
I'd just like to ask a question.
Yes.
I guess I would ask Councillor Page could you describe sort of what you would be doing and what benefits it would have for Nelson and the region?
So, if I may.
You may.
The process as it stands is to make an application and you're assigned based on the president's direction. So you don't get to pick a committee. What I would be asked to be consulted to contribute would be around housing and community safety and infrastructure. We've had a lot of discussions just in those federal conversations around how local governments are supported by the federal government and how we renew the financing arrangement that we have with local government given the amount of work. So I think those are areas of focus I would definitely point to when making the application, and committees I would hope to sit on and drive direction from. So similar to what we've talked about in the past, but just how we modernize our electric grids, secure future local economic development within our region, and disaster preparedness. These are all aspects that have this federal component to it, that we need to ensure that local government, and especially local governments of a rural nature such as ours, are having a voice and being heard to effectively deliver this kind of change that we need to do in the making of our communities.
Can I just ask, is immigration one of those? Because that's certainly a big impact on our rural colleges, is
Yeah.
changing immigration regulations they're making.
Yeah, there are committees there that have those conversations around labor force and economic development.
Councillor Payne.
I just have a question around the resolution or the recommendation itself. So what I understand is you're going to apply for a position. So isn't that what we should be saying, to apply to serve as a committee member? Because how many people, no, that's,
I would say no, because by
because
the
we
time
don't know that you're gonna be serving.
when FCM gets their, they wanna know that they've already solicited this
Okay,
approval,
so you
so
need
they're
to
not,
have.
there's no.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah,
That's-
so what might
that's
not be
what I
clear here, this
understood.
wasn't supposed to be very complicated, it was about the fact that we would have to look at this as a budgetary item.
Yep.
So this is financial, it has a financial impact. It's not restricted just to Councillor Page either, I mean, in terms of the fact that there were councillors that attended last FCM that said, wow, maybe I would be interested in being on a committee if there was that opportunity. It's just that I know that Councillor Page had, been, I'd heard him quite clearly that this was something that he would like to pursue, but it's basically the fact that you have until next week in August to apply, and then at the latest, you have to have that endorsement letter that we would be willing to look at the financial implications of it by September the 8th. Well, we don't meet again until September the 9th, so the reason it's here is just that then Councillor Page or any other councillor would have this motion to be able to attach right away to their letter going forward for when it gets reviewed.
Got it, thank you, that makes more sense to me.
Yeah.
Because what is the percentage of people that apply that actually get accepted to committees?
Councillor Latimer applied at one time. Did you not apply one time? And
No, I didn't.
oh, okay, you never followed through with that. Yeah.
I remember talking about it.
Yeah. So it's hard to know whether or not you're even going to get selected, but there has to be that commitment.
Of course, okay.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks. Respectfully, Councillor Page, I think this is actually a decision more of direction of our council and our government, and what do we believe in terms of developing one another as leaders and developing elected officials in a way that they can better serve their communities now and in the future. It can help provide retention for elected leaders if they have more connections and more supports and more expertise. So I think the conversation at the table, aside from Councillor Page, is about like how much, and are we willing to put it in the budget, and are we willing to put it in the budget for ongoing councils? I think it, from my perspective professionally, professional development is really important, especially for young people in a new field, and so we're all young in our field. And these opportunities, they're not just networking opportunities, but they're also those opportunities for additional learning and hearing from other staff and other folks with expertise and getting those supports. So I think from a policy or from a values perspective, this is something that we should look at now and ongoing for future councils.
So just a set budget amount.
I'd be interested
Annual
in,
basis.
I'd be interested in exploring that, yeah.
So I think that your concern, which I hear, which is very valid in terms of this does give an opportunity to develop skills further in terms of leadership and understanding governance and the role that we play at different levels of government besides just here at local government. I think that what we can do is that that can be a budget discussion item, but at this time, I mean, this is kind of a budget discussion item because this is really affecting 2026. There could be a meeting yet this fall, so there would be some implications to the 2025 budget. But I think that there's two things there. So if we have a level of comfort with passing this, and then staff are now hearing the discussion that we need to flag this as potentially an ongoing line item on a go forward basis, so that it doesn't get lost.
Yeah, or bogged down every time. But, or being based on, well, which person is it, or which council is it who believes in professional development or not?
Yeah,
Suppose,
so I think
right?
that I think there's some discussion to be had there during the budget time. Councillor Pinero?
I vaguely remember that there was money set aside for each of us to attend various things.
Yeah.
Is this not, this is above and beyond
This would be
that?
beyond the discretionary money that you have.
Would any, if there is discretionary money left over, could we not offset that? Like it just, why is it separate?
Well, this is, I mean, it's sort of separate, but it's not separate. I mean, it's just that the FCM requires to know that this person is gonna be supported for travel. And per diem costs to participate. And so, the potential would be is it's above, because if you wanna go to a Councillor Payne goes, I mean, she's been going so often, I think she's grandfathered in, she doesn't have to pay anymore to go to the housing meeting, but I mean, if you wanna go to housing, could be that in any given year that the whole council could decide to use discretionary money, in which case there would be no additional money for a specific purpose like FCM. So that's, I mean, I think that's one of the things that we contemplate in the budget is, do we make that discretionary money more, and if you decide that this is where you want it to go, that's where it would be used. So I think there's ways to look at it, Councillor Pinero, but in terms of like Councillor Lockenberg's used his discretionary money this year, I used my discretionary money. So a few of us have used discretionary money this year for travel activities, so.
Madam Mayor? Just in terms of the financial implications of that, I do think the resolution should identify how much you're willing to fund this to. Because that is, we will ultimately have to put this in our financial plan, and we may have some places where we go, we don't have to, we can find it here or there that
I can donate my
Right.
discretionary
Yeah.
money, cause I haven't used any, so,
Right.
there it is.
Yeah, so I think that's the funding part, but
But the
I think that,
resolution has to say, that
We can't make it a maximum, and then if he exceeds it,
well, I think he needs to be able to manage within that cost. Like right now, it could say, he could stay in the wherever and spend as much as he wanted, and like we have to put something in our budget, right?
well, I know that when I worked with staff to try to develop this, is that I did have Maddie, and you can see in there some
Yeah.
cost estimates that an average trip is about $2,200, and then we know from the further looking into this that there's at least two trips a year. I mean, I did ask the question about whether or not it should be capped at like 10,000, so that it doesn't get out of hand if a committee should happen to meet more because of some kind of urgency reason. I mean, FCM, I think, has become more aware that travel is extraordinarily expensive across the country. I know that sometimes some of these meetings have been, like, could be that the meeting is in Newfoundland, right? Like, so that's even more money to get there, but they've also added in more virtual meetings because they know that works. And so now we see kind of a regular sort of mix of virtual and travel meetings, but I see no reason why we couldn't put.
And maybe you can do it in two resolutions. This is one, and council agreed to increase the budget by $10,000 or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, to your
And it's
comment.
not 10,000 annually,
Yeah, I think this is over the 2 years.
this is over the 2 years.
This is only until the end of the term, as Kate rightly.
Yeah, so it's been corrected to the end of 2026.
So I have right here, 2025 and 2026 conferences or meetings that would be required. So in 2025, there's one virtual and one in person. And in 2026, there is 3 virtual and
2 in person.
2 in person.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
What if you're a smaller municipality or a smaller like town, and you you couldn't afford to do this, like, could you just, like, could you do it virtual? Or do you have to be there? Do you know what I mean? Like, some places might not be able to afford to send somebody, but they might have somebody who's really qualified.
So FCM for the longest time had the Small Communities Fund. It was a optional add-in that people were opted into. I think you unchecked it, where there's a levy, and then that was administered at UBCM. We've had lots of discussions about that travel fund at UBCM, so pretty well versed. That was the whole goal, and I know that from other FCM directors that are there now, they're having some of those conversations continually because they haven't quite landed on a format and a framework that addresses your specific concern, because it is a concern.
Yeah.
Right? And I know that comes up at local government tables, including the regional district, of how much do you want to get into or not get into supporting equity lens when it's really a mandate of FCM to figure out how it's going to be supporting the equity lens. But those are the kinds of conversations we would have at committee.
I think we have the potential here for a couple things. I think we can pass, if people have comfort level and wanna do this, we can pass this one. And then we can have somebody potentially move to a maximum of $10,000, and that should be well within, if we look at these numbers that Maddie has so nicely put together for us, what a trip costs considering how many flights there would have to be. So if people are comfortable with that, because we can't put a limit in there, and then, because FCM wants to just know, and then maybe what happens is if for some reason that wasn't enough, then that person could use their quote-unquote discretionary money to top up what their shortfall is, right? So.
Yeah, and I think it's a message, you need to manage this.
Yeah.
Cost, right?
Yeah, the public wants to know that we're spending the money wisely, so is there a comfort level with that?
Sure.
Okay, so the recommendation has been moved and seconded, and any further discussion on the one that's in front of us here? Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. If somebody would like to make a second recommendation? Councillor, you can't.
Sorry.
Councillor Woodward. Yeah.
So I'll make the second recommendation that we cap it at 10,000.
Okay.
25, 26.
For 25, 26.
Till the end of the current term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And would I say that any further costs would be used, would be taken from discretionary funds?
Well, I think, no, I would just make it $10,000, and then what'll happen is it'll have to come back and we'll have to have a discussion here. Yeah. Is there a seconder besides Councillor Page? Thank you, Councillor Lockenberg. So, okay, so do we need to read that again? Everybody happy? Sarah?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, everybody's good? Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Madam Mayor, can I just ask some clarification around, like, in this case, a particular counselor came forward and said, I'm interested in this, and that is why their name was on this? Like, I'm not sure how council wants to handle these in the future. If someone takes some initiative, says, this is something I'm interested in, do we bring that forward from that counselor interested in this, or do we, because at the table you can ask if other people are interested, but
Yeah, and
that's the reason it kind of came forward this way, because this particular counselor asked to be considered for this.
And I just, so Kevin, I just want to take complete responsibility for this, is that I had asked this to come as without a name. Okay? And obviously I didn't make that clear enough with staff developing the RFP. I did ask for it to be council has voiced an interest, because I heard from more than one councillor that they had interest in being on an FCM committee.
Okay.
And so that is sort of my error, and I didn't catch it in time to correct it, but I had asked for it not to have a particular name. And so on a go-forward basis, it would be open then to anybody to consider.
Mayor, I would say that one rub might be that, like, if 3 councils were interested and they all tried, I mean, obviously FCM is not gonna pick mean, they'll pick one probably from Nelson, they're not gonna pick a whole bunch, so, I'm just wondering like how that works.
Well, that's their process, so that if you read within here, it talks about the fact that they look on, that they look at regional, gender, culture, lived experience, specific skills. So you're having to send them your VTAB basically, and they will decide. So I think that it is open to, you know, and the likelihood of the picking 3 counselors from the same city is, I would say, highly unlikely, but they're going to do whatever their weighted matrix is to select a candidate, so.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe further, you know, if we do move it forward and there is a budget line item for it ongoing, then there could be always some kind of very simplified process of request, conversation with the table, interest from the person who's interested. You know, we're a decision-making body, so we can have those conversations with one another and they'd be like, well, Kate, you know, it's only your second week on council, perhaps you'd like to maybe sit at the table for a couple more months, maybe you should attend an FCM, maybe you should just see if it's suiting you. And we can have those kind of decision-making conversations before we just chuck everybody's name forward who might just raise their hand because they're excited to go to Halifax. Hopefully we're more judicial than that, but it's entirely possible, right?
Well, and I think there could be years when there's other things that are way more important to deal with and that nobody's going to FCM, so, right? Okay, good discussion and some carry forward. I know that I can see that Chris Jury is making the list of, we're at that time, it's only August and we're already talking about the budget. Anyhow, so there we go. Moving on to item number 12, bylaws, the official community plan, bylaw number 3629/2025. And I see the little square and Alex is back and we have Ken and we have Natalie coming to the table. So
We're all here, yeah.
a 2-year update and engagement process. Staff have prepared official community plan bylaw number 3629/2025 to replace the current official community plan. Council is now requested to pass first and second reading of the proposed bylaw, confirm legislative requirements by resolution, and direct staff to schedule a public hearing.
Could I just have a very rude point of order for a moment, please? Alex, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Oh, great. In your previous presentation, I was having a really difficult time hearing you, and it might just be the speaker and how I'm positioned, but would you mind for me just slowing down some of the sentences? I really appreciate it.
Natalie texted me. Yeah, it's all good.
Thanks so much. Great.
Okay, over to our team.
All right. So would council like a presentation? I'm happy to. I just saw Ken's presentation last time you wanted to go through.
So
Ken's presentation you wanted to go through quickly.
Alex, so you're gonna have to do a bit of work first.
All right, it sounds good. All prepared, we're ready. It is a big project, so I'm happy to carry forward with this. Can you see my screen? It's up there? Yeah. All right. We've already, well, this is, first of all, I just want to recognize this is a pretty big moment to be at now after 2.5 years of working on this project. So I want to recognize that. And also recognizing that we've given you quite a few presentations and there's been a lot of information on this project over the last 2 years and especially since we provided you with a first draft of the OCP back in January. So I don't want to be too repetitive in what I have to say, but for the public as well too, just to sort of highlight some of the highlights here and the key changes. What this OCP does is it's an up-to-date document. It's again an update to the 2013 OCP, a major update, but it is an update nonetheless. That's based on recent consultation over the past 2 years. That incorporates legislative requirements that have occurred since. We have put reconciliation front and center in this OCP. We've added new sections. We've built an OCP based on an updated vision statement that was crafted in collaboration with the community. We've done a lot of consolidation work as well in this document. So while it has a similar page count to the 2013 OCP, the word count is about half as much text as the 2013 OCP. and we've managed that, so it's maybe arguably more accessible document in that sense. We've consolidated policies and sort of tighten that up. Same thing for the design guidelines as well too, which form part of the official community plan. Those are significantly shorter and really focused on what our objectives and design intents are, and a little bit less in the weeds and less prescriptive, and affording a bit more flexibility and creativity to applicants. So what this gives us is we have a new look in the document, an updated design. It's I think our graphic designer has done a really good job on this. Giving us sort of really clear instructions on how to read the document and how to approach it. Well, what does each section mean? It's not all the same. We have contextual information. We have the vision section, which isn't quite policy, and then we get into policies and maps, and they each have their particular way of reading them as well, which is detailed. The OCP contains an updated analysis of demographics, of employment lands, commercial land uses, residential land uses, and housing in particular. There's a lot of data that has been updated and analyzed, that work that hadn't been done since 2013. We have the land use designation section as well too, which is a pretty critical part of what the OCP is about. And more or less, we have the same land use designations as in the 2013 OCP. What's changed? Well, visually we have some graphics to kind of help represent what kind of building forms could be expected, or sort of generally what could be expected in each section or each designated area. We have the heights that have a maximum height that is new now in our OCP, which would allow zoning to go up to that maximum height, but not more. We've updated the list of sort of characteristics and principal uses in each land use area too, to be sometimes they're still quite specific, but a bit more general, in order to have that flexibility as well for zoning as well too. So this is I think the last time that we came to council on this, we talked a bit about the relationship between zoning and the OCP, and this is kind of the critical section there. This is sort of what sets the stage for what the next zoning bylaw is going to be able to allow. We have policies. I think our policy section now is really great and easy to read, with a clear numbering system that ties all policies to an objective. So each policy has a clearly defined purpose. What is it trying to do? What is it trying to get us? We highlight as what the guiding principles each policy supports, which helps tie the policy section back to the vision and to the guiding principles and foundational values, which is a feature we didn't have before. There's also some cross-referencing between sections as well too. So if someone is reading the land use section in the part that talks about housing, they're reminded to also look at the housing section. That even though one part, everything is interconnected, and even though one part of the OCP might talk about housing, it's not the only place. We have some cross-referencing too, in order to make sure that anyone who's reading it is getting the full picture of what's going on. One section we've talked a lot about with you as well is the targets. As you know, they've been updated and expanded as well. The 2013 OCP contains 7 targets, which were all around sustainability and the environment. We've diversified a bit more to include targets around housing as well, infrastructure and reconciliation, and transportation. The design guidelines, as I mentioned, have been really completely redone. That was a whole process unto itself, and really focused on what our intent is, what we want to see in design, and giving people a bit of flexibility to sort of give us what our goal is as a city. So design guidelines that are based on principles, and also that have a clear guide on to how to read them and interpret them. You know, what does the word should mean? What this was a source of a lot of headaches with the current OCP sometimes, is understanding and different people's interpretations of what the word should is, or what is encouraged, or, you know, if something is encouraged, do you have to do it, yes or no? So that's been sort of cleared up now with this document, and should help us ensure that we get the most out of these design guidelines going forward. So attached to the report is, I think, an overview of how we got here, of the whole 2.5-year process. I'll just go over a bit of this briefly, particularly for the, to highlight again how much work went into public engagement. There were multiple phases of engagement, multiple phases of work. You're now seeing the second sort of official released draft of the OCP, but as you can imagine, there were many more working drafts in the background as well too, as we worked on this over the past couple of years. And as stated last time too, with the What We Heard report from this past winter, we've estimated now that we've had up to 1,700 individuals who have actively participated at least one time. Many people as well who've clearly participated in many phases of the engagement process as well too. So this kind of places us at an engagement rate which is very common for our size of city, basically. Bigger cities have less engagement per capita, smaller cities tend to see more people getting engaged in their OCP process. So we're at a very sort of normal level, I would say, of people who've been involved, which is a significant number of people. So lots of survey responses, lots of events as well too. Staff reached out to 50 different organizations, 11 of which did engage with us over the course of the engagement phases. We had engagement with First Nations, with schools as well too. Something I also talked about in the last presentation a couple months ago with the What We Heard report is that we can also look at, passive engagement. Not everyone who hears about the process is maybe going to choose to respond to a survey or come out to an event. But we've had 4,700 unique website visitors over the project span. So not double counting people who return to the website, which represents pretty close to half of the population of the city. The first draft of the OCP was downloaded almost 800 times, which I think is very interesting. People not just reading the info page and the summary, but actually downloading the whole 200-page PDF. And we had lots of ads, as I'm sure you see as well, over the city during each phase of engagement as well. And we also had a lot of volunteer time as well that went into it, particularly 2 volunteer committees here in this case, but particularly, of course, our OCP Advisory Committee, which met 13 times, in addition to a lot of email correspondence and a lot of work that happened in the background there. We're very grateful to them for the time and passion that they gave to this project. And at their last in-person meeting, and then followed up by an electronic vote, it led to a unanimous recommendation in favor of the proposed OCP. Similarly, our Volunteer Advisory Planning Commission had the opportunity to review it and have a presentation, and they also voted in favor of the draft OCP. So also, there's a couple other reports that are attached to the agenda package today. I'll just maybe jump the gun a little bit on them to help you understand, I guess, the link between each of the amendments that's being proposed tonight and the OCP, so then I don't have to give a presentation for each one of them. But the zoning bylaw amendment that's being proposed really contains absolutely no change. It's an amendment because there's text in the 2013 OCP regulations around maximum building footprint, maximum building frontage, around height. So regulations that are already on the books that are standing that are maybe we decided shouldn't be in the OCP but really should be in the zoning bylaw. So therefore, it's not in the proposed OCP, and we're proposing then to sort of bring that into the zoning bylaw at this time. So there's no change. It's just a change of where we're housing that information. It also includes a change of name for one zone in Railtown, which is currently zoned with a waterfront zone, and we're basically proposing a new zone that is the same zone with the same height restrictions, the same everything, but that is specific to Railtown. So that brings clarity as well too. There's a bylaw notice enforcement bylaw amendment, which is really just housekeeping to update the new, with the new OCP bylaw number, ensure that the section references are accurate. And perhaps the most complex one then is the development applications procedures bylaw amendment, which is linked to this concept of development application information, which is a new tool subscribed a bit in the RFD. That's in the Local Government Act since just over a year now, which formalizes local government's ability to request formal reports written by qualified professionals as part of zoning amendment applications, development permits, and temporary use permits. So the way that the Local Government Act sets things out, this has to be authorized, basically established in an official community plan, but then we need a more operational regulatory bylaw to actually sort of get into the weeds a bit with and the details, and so that's where that comes from. So I hope that's clear enough, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on that when we get to that vote. And my last slide here, we just wanted to keep you in the loop as to what's going to happen once the new OCP is adopted. And that next step is a new zoning bylaw. And this ties to the fourth implementation target in the proposed OCP, which says that we're going to work on getting a new zoning bylaw within a year of the new OCP. So the project goals are here on the screen. Basically, get an updated zoning bylaw based on best practices that's consistent with the new OCP, that's consistent with legislation that's changed as well too in the previous years, and also making some improvements to the zoning bylaw to make it more accessible, easier to read as well, and to sort of, we have a zoning bylaw that's been amended many times. It's had many patches placed on it over the last decade. So there's some cleanup work to do there. The very first, we're working a bit on the background on it, but the first sort of public step of this process, as you'll see, is we're planning on going out to the public in the first 2 weeks of October. It's the current schedule for a first round of public engagement, kind of take the pulse of the community on what their priorities are for zoning, and ask a few specific questions as well around zoning, and that we're working on right now. So that'll be the sort of the first official step, and we're currently scheduled to come back to you at the October Committee of the Whole meeting to give a report on that public engagement process, as well as to start workshopping with you, as we talked about earlier, some policies as well, some big questions that we need to ask ourselves before writing up a new zoning bylaw. So this won't be as long of a process as the OCP process, rest assured. We're looking at being able to do this in a few months' time, and bringing you a zoning bylaw for consideration early in the new year. I would just maybe quickly take the opportunity to sort of highlight that there's a memo that's attached to the RFD on zone capacity, and you might have wondered why that's in there. It's really to document the fact that you are not required to adopt a new zoning bylaw by December 31st of this year. It is a requirement of the province to adopt a new zoning bylaw by the end of this year, but we've received clarification from the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs that because if we're able to document, which we clearly are, that we have the zoned capacity to meet our 20-year housing needs, and in fact we have 4 times the zoned capacity to meet our 20-year housing needs, that we don't have to adopt a new zoning bylaw by the end of this year. So that's why it's attached to the report for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. I just wanna say thank you to Alex, Ken, Natalie, our OCP advisory committee, I mean, and all the other people that have had to weigh in along the way. This has been a long process, and I think that you know, we're finally getting to the final passage of this document, which is so important and vital to giving direction to how our community wants to see our community develop over the next number of years. So questions, Councillor Woodward?
I just wanted to say that as I read through it again, getting ready for this meeting, I really found it to be so accessible. And I think that's vital to engage people, that it's laid out so that people can understand. It's easy on the eye is the way that it's actually laid out. There's not too much text per page. It's very clearly delineated. So I just wanted to, I guess, congratulate really the design team in developing what is a very complex document, but and put it in a way that's digestible for basically almost anyone. So thank you very much for that. A lot of work.
Council, if you don't have any questions for Alex or Natalie or Ken, we can start by looking at the recommendations. There's 4 here, then we need to pass them separately. Councillor Payne, Councillor Payne, did you have a question?
If I have a couple of recommendations, is this the time for that, or?
I think that you need to, this is a good time to say whatever you need to say. Yep.
Thank you. I loved reading this again, and I can't say that often for 200-page documents. There are so many innovative and creative, policies, concepts in here that it's really exciting to think forward, and all the work and the contribution of the whole community. And a couple of the things I have are just little typo things, so do you want me to just send them to you offline? Like there's one place where it says uses, I think you meant users, a few little things like that.
Typos can be changed before.
You called NMAG not the right name, you didn't get the.
Yeah, if there's little typos, I think those can be changed before the public hearing, we'll just kind of note them, so yeah.
Like NMAG was sort of the big one.
Okay, sure, no, we can correct
Because the
that.
Nelson Museum Archives and Gallery, it's called the Art, it says Nelson Museum's Art and Art Gallery. So I think that's a key one that we should get
No problem,
correct.
we can update that. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
so there's just a couple little things like that that I can shoot off to you. One of the things that is, I don't know if I'm the only one who notices this, or maybe it's an equity lens that I've had for a long time, but when we're listing out organizations that don't have a clear priority, I never understand why we don't list them alphabetically. So one of them is the First Nations that we deal with. Is there any reason for the particular order that we utilize? The other one that I noticed was just the committee. So just they're just small things, but it seems to me just to be I would call it a best practice of how to not give certain weight to certain things. And I don't know, maybe there's some history around why we list the nations out that way. There was just one thing in the glossary that I noted, and it's probably because I'm on the Heritage Working Group, and that's in the glossary of terms when you were defining heritage, you didn't talk about trees and landscapes, but you do further on in the heritage. So I don't know if that's important to change, if it sets people's expectations at the beginning. It's really well explained when you get to the heritage section. Yeah, and I am interested to know if we have had an Indigenous consultant maybe looking at the language that we're talking about when we're saying, developing relationships and stewarding this land and things like that. I just wanted to make sure. I would have loved to have seen a more clear indication, and I know this is an aspirational document, but when we talk about the TRC, and 10 years old now, I believe, I think it is easier for municipalities to be clear about what their goals are. So that's it. Let me see if there's any, order there. I know that in the city report, the annual report, we talked about the population being 12,000 something. And in this, I know you're referencing 2021, but is that something that it makes sense to update since this document's coming out now and we have more current information? I don't know, that's your area, but I was surprised because I've been saying 11,500 for a long time. And now all of a sudden I've switched myself over when people ask how big we are. It came up earlier, otherwise I wouldn't have mentioned it, but I did notice on the one of the maps that one of the walking routes is going down what I see from the map is a driveway in Perrier Lane. So are those things determined with the OCP or are they, like that's a driveway that can be utilized as an emergency right of way?
I think
So
the
you-
intent
as-
at the I said the intent when that subdivision was developed was that was an access through to the college.
And that is.
But it is it's private property, is that correct?
Stat right away.
Yeah, so it is someone's private property and we've designated it in our OCP as a multimodal pathway. Can we do that before we've proceeded with some sort of negotiations in that neighborhood?
Yeah, no, we,
I think
yeah.
this is a goal.
Yeah, we can designate it in there, and I will say this isn't new in 2025, this is from 2013.
I understand that.
And we used to have in the 2013 OCP, which is still the current OCP, we used to have future roads network as well, and those would cross over private property. So you can have them, and it's high level and meant to be kind of conceptual. It doesn't necessarily mean it's gonna be in a very specific spot, but could be somewhere in that area. I think that's kind of more what it's highlighting.
'Cause
I
if
think
that
at the
were my
time it was
home, I would
understood
be a
that-
little nervous, personally.
Yeah, at the time, I think it was understood that that was a public pathway, but I think it's,
Understood by whom?
By the city.
But the
That was
residents
the
really need
intent,
to understand it as well. That's what there was something about parks and the three, I can't remember now what it was, but there were the Fairview downtown, but there wasn't anything mentioned for Rosemont. And I think, no, it was under recreation. And I think Art Gibbons Park is sort of a outdoor recreation center in Rosemont, so I don't know why that's not mentioned in the OCP. Just questions I haven't had.
So is there, like, this is first and second reading, right? So we
Yeah.
can, we can look at these and incorporate those.
Oh, here, I've got the section here. 5.6.2, recognize and maintain the downtown recreation campus and 10th Street campus as the community's primary recreation hubs. So maybe Art Gibbons isn't a primary recreation hub, but should we aspirationally think of what the recreation hub in Rosemont would be, or is that not part of the plan?
Jen?
Maybe just to clarify, so there's sort of parks and recreation, and I think the intention behind that specific policy is to identify that the current recreation campus is the place where we want to have the recreation facilities. If you look at the one of the attached maps, and I apologize, I don't know which one it is offhand, there is a map showing the location of the parks, and Art Gibbons Park would be identified there for parks.
I always, I wanna say this in the right way, but I always feel that somehow Rosemont gets sort of left out over on the other side there, and I think if there's a way to shift our focus wider, but if that's not the place to do it, that's not the place to do it.
Yeah, I don't think that takes away from outdoor recreation facilities, distributed through the community. Uphill has a number of parks that do recreation as well.
And this is probably just one of what I would consider the sort of typo type things, but in building materials, you talk about using double glazed. And I know in another spot, double glazed would be like your minimum. You could go in the fire zone to, yeah. So in another spot with another product, you said at least that, and I think you need to say the same. I don't know how specific. Again, these were just things I noticed because of my experience of using triple glazed windows. I was sort of surprised with the laneway houses that you were talking about evergreen hedges. Because I thought we were saying no to evergreen hedges. Landscape energy obscuring, this is one of the things, I think you said the thing says the OCP, sorry, I can't call it the thing, it's just have too much investment into it. Obscuring evergreen hedges are encouraged on all interior side property lines and on rear property lines. So is that correct? We're encouraging evergreen hedges?
Yeah, the laneway house design guidelines haven't changed. They were adopted, I think, in 2018, and we didn't rework those. So I could have been clear maybe on the presentation of that. The other design guidelines have been updated, but not that one. But yeah, indeed, I see the reference here. And again, it is something that could possibly be changed, but we haven't had a discussion around it.
That was it, fast and furious. I don't know, as I say, if this was completely appropriate, but those were just some of the things I noticed just to keep it tight and have less questions for you later. There's just one more that I thought was sort of funny, and it's on a drainage plan gives, and maybe this is the terminology, but a drainage plan on-site detention. I think you mean on-site retention, or no, is it detention?
Yeah, retention.
Retention, okay. So that's just page 176, again, just a typo.
That's how you feel about water.
I always thinking, I've got a planner, maybe you do call it retention.
Yes. Through the chair, if you just wanna provide those comments to us and we will make we will look through all of them and make those corrections.
As I say, it's not anything, I love the document, I think it's just really brilliant. And then I do have just one more thought about the targets. So I know one of the final, if I may continue, I know one of the final discussions that the OCP working group had was when we talk about looking at the targets every 5 years, because that's when the OCP is normally reviewed and revised. And the committee, and I would agree with them, felt that that's a long time to understand what work is in progress. But when I look at this list of targets, again, just love them. I think you've just hit everything we need to really focus on. But it looks like a really clear dashboard that we could develop. And when we were talking earlier, I guess Alex was mentioning earlier about the last OCP having 7 targets. I don't really ever remember seeing reporting out on those 7 targets. I don't know that we need to do the whole list of 15, but I think if you picked key ones in each area, I don't want to make it an onerous task. I don't want to add additional work. But I think some of these things would come from other departments, and if that would be, I would go annual, because that's the way I think, or at least the term of a council. 5 years is sort of straddling and where, what kind of direction do we move forward with, and how do we inform the next strategic plan without having some of these numbers? Where are we meeting? Where are we falling short? That would be my suggestion based on the conversation that we had at the last, were we in 2 different groups there? Or was that a open?
No, that was 2 different groups.
Okay, that was my group.
And I think
The rabble rousers.
I think a council, to me, the incoming council, where's your priorities, where do you want us to focus? I think really that could be a council choosing where you wanna focus, as you say, part of your strategic priorities, we really wanna focus in these areas. And leave that flexibility in the OCP that, you know, there's a minimum you have to report on. It doesn't mean a council can't say, hey, we wanna see this annually on these 3 areas or these 6 areas. So I would personally leave that flexibility to the council and not necessarily embed it in your OCP.
I hear that. I just know coming in, if I had seen what those numbers are from the previous OCP, that would have given more form to the strategic priorities. Because this is a document that had significant community engagement. So that informs those 7 individuals sitting there. This is what the community said to us year before last. Where have we gotten and how do we carry that forward, which I think is our job.
Which is what you could do as a council right now.
Yeah.
You could say for the next strategic planning priority, we wanna, you know, have some type of reporting out on
Okay,
this.
perfect. Okay.
Ken,
I could answer some of those questions.
go for it.
All right. So on the implementation targets, it wouldn't be possible to report on those on all of them on an annual basis. It depends on the sources of information. Like for the climate targets, as I understand, it's a bit of a costly and complicated endeavor to get that GHG information. For other targets, they're based on census data, which was intentional as well too, because it means that we are able to, collect that data for free. The work is already done by Statistics Canada. The census doesn't come out every year, so we'd have to wait for the next census. There are some of those targets that would be easy to report on, like the number 3 vacancy rate. I believe CMHC makes that data available every year. Some of them are harder when it comes to looking at invasive plant species on public lands. There's more that's more on the ground work as well too. So they're all quite different, and some would just be impossible to give new information on every year, and some would be quite onerous as well too. But for others, it would be possible. But again, that would be a matter of it's a question of time and resources.
Yep, got it. Thank you, Alex.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks so much. I'm not sure who will be best to answer this, but between the 3 of you, you have way more experience than us, and also thank you to the committee. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Councillor Woodward. I'm curious, as I was reading this one, then I dug into my favorite town, Kenora, that I've never been to, and Lunenburg, and they have really different provinces, so probably different rules anyway. But I was curious, I was talking to somebody at Mural Fest about how, oh my gosh, the OCP, like you could say we have to grow bananas in Fairview because there's just so much in there. There's so much. So I'm curious if there are any trends in the same way that we're going through some changes at the college and we're like kind of focusing our strategic plan instead of doing all the things, but like what's special about us? Are there any trends in OCPs nationally where cities are looking to stand out differently or targeted, but like be more targeted in all of the different values or measures? I'm just curious because this captures kind of everything, which is kind of awesome, and then we can get where we need to get. But are there any trends like that are emerging?
I would maybe highlight the reconciliation section. I think we're definitely ahead of the curve, so to speak. There's very few that have a specific reconciliation section, so that's definitely something, and it's also not something that's actually required by the Local Government Act. So it's a thing that we're doing that we don't necessarily have to do, like housing policy, environmental policy. So I think that's definitely a big one.
I'd say climate as well too, of course, is and housing as well are omnipresent issues across the country. Every province too has different legislation on official community plans or master. I don't know. There's all different terms out there, which kind of form and shape the content of those plans as well too. I think the first thing that came to mind with your question is that I've seen I think a couple examples of places that kind of for targeting purposes they pick 5 big moves and focus on that. They have other policies on other sections too and other areas as well, but they kind of structured that way, which is a bit more like a strategic plan. And this is where there's potential overlap or not, if we want to separate them, but between what is an OCP, what is council's strategic plan. So far in Nelson, we haven't treated the OCP as a strategic plan because priorities change from year to year, from council to council as well too. So it is there is a bit of everything in there, but it does form a basis for that strategic planning work, which is a bit more agile, allows for more agility compared to an OCP, which requires a big process to update and it's a bylaw, so it's really amending that kind of bylaw. I don't know if that answers your question a bit, but
It does, and it reminds me, and I know you have reminded me a bunch, but about how long the engagement is and how thorough it is and how you could use it kind of as your base plan for integrated planning, foundational. If we get away from the word master, I'm trying to find a new better word for it, base maybe, or foundational. Yeah, super cool. I can't wait to see how it plays out in future generations. It's pretty cool. Thank you.
The grand plan.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, Councillor Tate, is I think one thing that I was really impressed is in this document is how we did 2 and a bit years of work on Nelson Next. That was a huge community engagement. And then folded that into OCP over 2.5 years. So actually within the OCP, we have these 2 massive documents with lots and lots of community involvement that is all woven together, which I think gives a really robust, community-driven, community vision document. Kind of two birds with one stone, really there. And then having that climate work on kind of every level, I think is for a town our size is.
Like the lens through which you see everything.
Yeah, and that we're always driving decisions now through the climate lens and through the housing lens and there are these, I think, climate and housing really, to me, really shine through all of this. And I'm just impressed as a town our size with such an engaged community was able to weave this all together to now have this very solid document to work with for the next 5-10 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's just my comment.
Yeah. And I maybe just comment on, for strategic planning purposes, maybe again, what this OCP provides you with is indeed a lot of ideas which come from many sources. But yeah, it's not a list of priorities. These are the 5 things that should happen in the next 5 years because you have a strategic plan for that and the OCP shouldn't overlap with that. But don't forget as well that you have kind of sort of as an annex almost to the OCP, the engagement reports, which continue to be accessible as well too, and that's the kind of document as well that could inspire you with the preparation of the council's strategic plan as well too, when it comes time to talk about priorities. So the OCP doesn't say these are the 5 priorities that need to happen. It does have targets though, which help guide that, but you can always refer back to the What We Heard reports, which I think certainly indicate what people's priorities are and what the most common reoccurring ideas are too that come from the community.
Yeah, thank you.
Quickly just add, sorry, I was gonna bring it up at the time, but I always mix them up. So the stormwater detention is when you just hold on to it long enough for the pipes to be able to manage it. So during our last rainstorm, when Baker Street flooded, that's stormwater detention. That's intentionally, we detain the water for an amount of
So it doesn't overflow
time.
down here.
Right.
We only have so much room in the pipes, right? And so then retention is, you gotta keep all your stormwater on the site, period. Full stop, you gotta retain it there.
Thank you, because that's what was most discussed in the previous parts of it is any development retaining water on site. So when I got to this, I thought it was just, so it is detention. Thank you. I learned something.
And just before I forget, I maybe just bounce back to your comment, Councillor Payne, on the population figures too from 2021. The reason why that number was left in there as well is because that section and the OCP is largely sort of built around the housing needs report, which is based on that baseline year. And so when we're doing our analysis of zone capacity and et cetera, and housing needs, it's the 2025 OCP necessarily refers back to that year. So and as this process is going to continue, both are going to be updated every 5 years. I would argue that would be a good reference point to kind of keep as well, so for consistency.
Got it. Thank you for that distinction. That really helps.
Mayor, can I move number 1?
You sure can.
Okay, I move number 1.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Second by Councillor Tate. Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. That the official community plan bylaw number 3629 2025 be introduced and read a first time by title only.
Okay, council's been moved in second. Any further discussion? Seeing no hands shooting up, all those in favor? And that carries.
I'll move number 2.
Second.
Okay,
That in accordance with section 4773A of the Local Government Act, Council confirmed that it has considered the proposed official community plan in conjunction with its financial plan, its wastewater plan, and the regional district of the Central Kootenai Waste Management Plan, and found no measurable impact.
that's been moved in second. Any concerns, questions, councillors? Seeing no hands again, all those in favor? And that carries. Recommendation number 3. Moved by Tate.
Oh.
Seconded by Payne.
That the official community plan bylaw number 3629 2025 be read a second time by title only.
Okay, seeing no hands coming up. All those in favor? And that carries.
Move number 4.
Woodward,
Tate.
That staff be directed to schedule a public hearing.
Okay. I don't think we all know what a public hearing is now. We're experienced. So all those in favor? And that carries. Do we have an idea of when the public hearing would be?
Yes, we're looking at September 9th.
September 9th, okay.
Like before the council meeting?
Next regular meeting, yeah,
So it'd be
just
early?
before, yeah.
Okay, so we'd start early? At like 4 or like 3?
I think 5 is what we had.
5 probably for the meeting, whether we will probably maybe start the other parts of our meeting earlier, but usually we do 5 o'clock for public hearings.
Okay, thank you.
And then, yeah. So, okay, because that's the day that everybody wants to know about, so thank you for that. So September 9th, perfect. Okay, thank you for that. Alex, are you staying on for the next ones, or is this just to the team here?
I'm staying, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, great. So now we're moving on to the 2 issues that Alex has already discussed a little bit. The first one being the Development Application Procedural Amendment, Official Community Plan Update Bylaw number 3628 2025. The proposed official community plan introduces a new policy tool, Development Approval Information, a specific mechanism established under Section 485 of the Local Government Act, which allows municipalities to create bylaws specifying what information developers need to submit to ensure that development proposals are consistent with the city's strategic directions and priorities as outlined in the OCP. Development approval information must be established in the OCP and regulated in the regulatory bylaw. Accordingly, staff have prepared development application procedures amendments, official community plan update bylaw number 3628 2025. Council is now being asked to pass first 3 readings.
Move.
Second.
So that's been moved by, number 1 has been moved by Councillor Tate, seconded by Councillor Woodward. Councillor Tate.
Thanks very much. I have a question about number 30 in the policy. There's like the big lettered list of all the things that you could possibly have to submit. I think that's where it starts, right? detailed assessment of. Though those aren't in a priority order, correct? Do I understand that correctly? Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Councillor Lockenberg.
Given the history that you cite of other municipalities that have this process, is there a sense of how much time it adds to development permitting?
I guess I could answer that. It's basically been an oversight in the Local Government Act for a number of years. Municipalities have obviously been asking for things like technical reports, traffic studies. And so as part of all of these legislative changes, the province decided to finally put it in the Local Government Act that municipalities can ask for these things. So it's not gonna really add any time. We're already doing it, municipalities are already doing it. The province is finally getting around to updating the Local Government Act. So it's on paper that we can do it. Thanks.
Councillor Payne.
Two questions. When you say developers, is there a certain size of development that this applies to? Because I know that we went, when Nelson Cares and Share Nelson were doing theirs, they did all of these things, but I assume that was a requirement from BC Housing, not from us.
It's up to staff to look through this list and kind of filter through what would be relevant and what would not be relevant. And then the depth of the report and the information provided really depends on the scale of the project.
Okay,
So
so
like
scale, I
Nelson
guess
Cares,
that's what I was asking about.
yeah, so the Nelson Cares projects can have way more in-depth reporting, geotechnical, all those sorts of things, than a smaller redevelopment. And it's really meant to provide council and staff with the required information to make a good decision. But we also have to balance that without, asking for all of these things for all projects would add a lot of cost and time. So it's not something that we do in our daily practice, but it would just depend on the scale and exactly what was being proposed. So it just gives us flexibility.
Can I ask about a specific project? So when the project for the, I believe, 3 lots up at the end of Fall Street came forward, each lot doesn't seem like a development, but then when you put it all together, it definitely has ramifications for traffic in that area, but at that time, I don't believe we saw any of that documentation. So when we say scale of the project, that's because it was 3 single lots?
I think
Yeah, it's the development permit, development approval information. We're only allowed to ask for that with a development permit or a rezoning application or temporary use permit. So not just a building permit. So under the proposed OCP, development permits only would kick in for residential developments starting at 5 units. So if you had a block of 25-foot lots and every single lot, even simultaneously decided to put in a 4-plex, then yeah, they're separate developments on separate lots. So they could look the same, they could be designed by the same architect potentially, but we are only able to look at on a development on a lot by lot basis. And for a simple building permit, we don't have the authority to ask for all of this information.
Got it. So it would be more like the riparian areas and the hazard areas and the fire. And okay, then my next question is sort of along the timeline that we have been asking. And I guess this is an unanswerable question because really it depends which of these items you want as to what the costs are going to be. So we're trying to encourage people to build housing, and we know how incredibly expensive it is. But now we're looking at something which I understand the safety and the requirements of it. It is going to add additional costs to those projects. So that's one thing that I think is interesting to get more information on. Not tonight, I think we go, I think it's something we need to do. But yeah, want to make sure we're not
overregulating.
Overregulated, thank you, that's the word. I don't want to overregulate and slow things down in the middle of a crisis. Not even, hopefully we're not in the middle of a crisis. Whatever.
Yeah, and I think what Ken said, that we do require geotech and traffic studies in the rate case. I think we, for example, the 85 Baker, I think we waived some of that because that traffic study had already been done when they did did the interchange, so why would we ask for a new one? So I think we're pretty cognizant of trying to support good projects going forward, but on the other hand, you know, when you need a geotech, we need a geotech, and I guess we have other legislation for single-family residents that are built in a potential hazardous zone that we need a geotech on. Your house isn't gonna slide down the hill or whatever.
You don't want that.
Maybe just as a point of clarification, sort of to add to what Alex had said. This is sort of the planning authorities, but then the building inspector has the authority to ask for flood reports and geotech as part of a building permit for very specific reasons. So this is sort of just kind of covering our bases on the planning side of things.
I would say this is kind of extremely broad, and probably, you know, more relevant for a larger city. But it is nice to have these authorities in the instance where there is a very large development or there's something sensitive that you need to look at. So it's nice to have these all in there. It's going to be very unlikely that we're gonna use all of these. And especially from one single development, you really have to pick through and kind of figure out what makes the most sense.
We could imagine we're talking a lot about residential development and for sure, cognizant of the costs of housing development, but if hypothetically a brand new large scale mall proposal came about, a new mall somewhere, and some of the items in here, talking about the commercial impact and employment, like there could, hypothetically it's unlikely in the short term, but it is a good sort of backstop to have on the books to be able to have the authority to require documents when we're potentially faced with a development permit application from a large corporation with a lot of lawyers who might try and find ways to argue that we're not able to ask for information, but by having it in a bylaw like this, then we would be able to consider, what do we need to know before approving a new large-scale multi-level mall, for example.
Thanks.
Any further additional questions? So, sorry, we've moved and seconded. Item number 1, all those in favor? 8. Councilor Wood.
Thank you, Mayor. That the development application procedure amendment, official community plan update, bylaw number 3628, 2025 be read a third time by title only.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. I believe all the questions have been answered. Oh, no, Councilor.
No, I was getting ready to vote.
Oh, fast on the draw. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Everybody vote. All those in favor, good. And that carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on to 12C. Zoning bylaw amendment. Adopting the proposed official community plan, which repeals the current OCP, requires several housekeeping changes to the zoning bylaw and the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw. It is proposed to transfer several elements from the 2013 OCP to the zoning bylaw rather than carry them forward in the 2025 OCP. No regulatory changes are being proposed, and none will impact property's development potential. Accordingly, staff have prepared zoning bylaw amendment, official community plan update, 3625-2025, and bylaw notice enforcement amendment, official community plan update, 3627-2025. Council is now being asked to pass first and second readings of the zoning amending bylaw and first 3 readings of the bylaw notice enforcement amending bylaw. Is that like a tongue twister or something?
No.
Okay. So, you've got lots of information there, and
Mine came up yesterday, but it's not coming up today. I don't know if there's something funky with the link on the website, just FYI.
Mine's here.
Oh, good, you win.
It's okay.
okay,
Are we?
sure. You wanna move it?
Move that.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded, number 1, so that the zoning amendment bylaw update 3626-2025 be introduced and read a first and second time by title only. All those in favor? And that carries. Somebody wanna go with number 2?
I'll do 2.
Okay, Councilor Woodward, seconder. Councilor Payne, Councilor Woodward.
Just before I read, I just wanted to say I had to look up nomenclature. I just figure out what that word. I rarely use that word.
Don't use that.
labeling. Number 2, that staff be directed to schedule a public hearing.
Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. When is this public hearing happening?
This would be at the same time as the OCP public hearing. It would be at the same meeting.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, number 3,
Move.
Councilor Woodward,
Second.
Tate,
That the bylaw notice enforcement amendment official community plan update 3627/2025 be introduced and read a first and second time by title only.
okay, all in favor? And that carries. And 4, Tate, seconder, Woodward,
That the bylaw notice enforcement amendment official community plan update 3627/2025 be read a third time by title only.
okay, so moved and seconded, all those in favor? And that carries, whew, thank you. Wow, okay, so moving on, looks like nobody's changing the spaces and Alex is still here. So, I would like to pass the chair to, Acting Mayor Keith Page. As I'm in perceived conflict of interest, oh, it's not perceived, I am a conflict of interest financially, as I'm an owner of a short-term rental license, so I need to recuse. So if you just want to do this one from there, or you can come up here, it's sitting right in front of you if you wanna.
Let's pause, we can fluff the chair the way I like it and arrange the accoutrement on the table.
there.
More wine gums.
More one comes.
His nomenclature.
Nomenclature.
Okay, so we have recommendations before us. We had an update earlier today around the short-term rental regulations and associated costs. So is anybody comfortable moving the first recommendation?
Move.
Woodward and Lautenberg. Any questions for staff or concerns? Go ahead, Leslie.
I'm just trying to understand if I want a 1-year license for my 2-bedroom guest house. I'll be paying, and I don't always live there, but it's owned in common, so fractional ownership. I'll be paying $450 to the province, $350 to the city, and I'll lose my 75% discount. So it's gonna cost me, are there any other? I'm just trying
No, it would be more than that, because as you said, guest house, right? So this amendment is about, the only change being proposed here is for guest rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, for a guest house, the fee is actually already higher, but it's been the same since 2017. It's $800 for a laneway house essentially, or a guest for an entire dwelling unit. It's $800.
But so say 2 guest rooms in my primary residence then?
That's what we're talking about here today. So for a guest room in a residence where it's not an entire dwelling unit that's being rented out, that would be this category of fee for $350.
Okay, and then because I do live in that residence, it would only be $100 from the province.
Exactly.
Okay, so it's not, I was trying to think how expensive it is to get into the, not personally because we don't have room in our house, but into the, okay, that makes more sense. I just needed an overall picture of it. Thank you for helping me with the math there.
Good.
Thank you.
Should I read?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that was all I needed to know.
Okay, so this is 1, that the fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3645/2025 be introduced and read a first and second time by title only.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Leslie.
I do have one more. Were you in touch with any of the, was it 7 or 12? There's a very small number of people that this affects. Were you in touch with any of them to get any? No. Okay. Because it is a fairly steep increase for,
Yeah,
I know it brings things in line, but it's still a lot at once.
Big jump. And I think we did write this in the report, and sorry, I'm kind of jumping in, Alex, but I think the difference really is that there's a wall separating these second amenities or there isn't. And so this is just kind of looking at these more consistently. You know, we could send them a letter in advance of the bylaw, you know, should council move forward with this being adopted. Our plan was to send them a letter after adoption, but we could take direction from council otherwise.
And I did make note of the fact that there haven't been any increases since 2017, so if you factor that in, it doesn't seem to be quite as severe, but yeah, just wanted to understand that a little better. Okay, I'm good now.
Okay, all those in favor? That carries, thank you very much. A second for the second one. Kate,
Second.
okay, any comments on third reading? Kate, would you read it?
I will. That the fees and charges amendment bylaw number 3645/2025 be read a third time by title only.
Okay, going once, going twice, all in favor? That also carries, thank you. Woodward, would you grab the mayor?
So that's it for me. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
I can hear you very well, thank you. You're just listening harder as well.
Maybe it was I don't know, was it my microphone or did I really talk slower?
I think it's the speaker. I think the treble isn't high enough for whatever my hearing range is. I don't think it's you.
There was
Okay.
sugar
Last
for
council
dinner.
meeting.
Oh, we had a cake for you.
What?
Thank you, Alex.
That's your
Kinda
last
took
one?
away
Oh my
the
gosh.
specialness of the cake that was for me.
Thank you,
Well,
Alex.
it wasn't my birthday.
Thanks.
Oh,
Alex's last meeting, where's Alex going now? I thought Alex was moving back to Nelson.
Oh, Alex.
Where in the world
he's already
is
bought land in
Alex?
France.
Alex was coming until we called him back.
So the next project.
I can hear you.
His house.
Well, Alex, I'm back in the room and well, thank you for all of your service and we're gonna miss you coming in.
Wow.
Wow.
Likewise, yeah, no, it's it feels funny to think that this is gonna be my last meeting with you, but we said that a few years ago as well too, and somehow I ended up back as well. So you never know what the future brings.
We'll see you around, Alex.
Yeah, in the virtual world.
Do keep us in touch with us so that we know what you're up to. And we're
All right,
waiting
we'll do.
for that nice glass of wine or whatever.
Okay, let me know if you stop by.
Ciao.
Thank you so much, Alex.
See you. Bye.
Okay, moving on to recommendation, we're at 14 recommendations from staff. So we're at geographical information systems. And proposal to withdraw from the RDCK GIS service. Staff recommend that the city withdraw from the RDCK GIS service and instead build internal capacity by hiring dedicated GIS staff and services. This includes hiring personnel to maintain asset data, manage and prioritize GIS-related work, and contracting a municipal GIS application service provider to deliver standard workflows and applications. These changes aim to improve service delivery to the public in a more efficient and effective manner. The city is already progressing in this direction through the NG 911 and the Nelson Hydro GIS projects. And moving to a citywide software solution would take advantage of these projects and funding provided via NG 911. So we have staff here to help walk us through it, so I will just turn it over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before I start, while we're on the screen, I just wanted to thank Jillian for all of her work on this. While this presentation has Jillian and my name on this, it was very much a team effort from the entire steering committee, which consisted of CAO, Finance, Fire, Engineering, Operations, Nelson Hydro, Corporate Services, Planning, IT, and Police. And it was Jillian's difficult task to take all of those thoughts and ideas and cram it into the business case that's attached to the RFD, as well as the RFD itself and a lot of this presentation. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you.
So why GIS expansion? And I thought it would just be helpful to say, you know, what sort of predicated this investigation into expansion. And there are a few things. So first off, in 2022, I've also talked to the CAO and the CFO and of course, the corporate officer. If you guys at all wanna jump in, please do. Again, this was very much a committee effort, so if I miss anything, please don't be afraid to walk on me. But yeah, what predicated this investigation into our GIS services and potential expansion? Number one, in 2022, Nelson Hydro made the decision to create its own GIS. They had discussed with the RDCK about creating that, and the RDCK had identified that they were not capable of doing that. And then NG 911 requirements came out, and we realized soon after that a fairly significant component to NG 911 was good solid GIS system with really solid data. And then a third item, we knew that we weren't really happy with the level of service that we were receiving, despite trying to reconcile some challenges that we had experienced for a number of years. And then finally, during council's strategic planning session, being future ready was one of the strategic goals identified. And the tactics to achieve that strategic goal, one of the tactics was implementing a citywide GIS system to meet departmental service needs. So those four things kind of converged to encourage staff to really look at how we could better build out our GIS. So from a tangible perspective, GIS expansion into our business will allow us to, one, gather data in a more efficient manner and ensure we're not collecting the same data 3 different ways, or using it 3 different software apps once we do collect it. Because some of our information, quite frankly, is so difficult to access that people start creating their own ways to manage that data, and then that becomes entrenched, and then they start actually spending resources to maintain said data. Another sort of tangible benefit or perspective is to increase our efficiencies by streamlining processes. So freeing up some of our resources to focus elsewhere. And a good example of that is, currently we have pink slips. So somebody calls Public Works, they have a complaint about something, somebody answers the phone, talks to them, notes it down, sends it over to the director or the manager, and then the manager sends it out to somebody out in the field. And then, there's a lot of people touch that actual one complaint or one query, whereas with the system we'd be able to actually streamline that and as a result have more room in that FTE, someone that doesn't have to be there to manage that process. Additionally, the expansion would support our asset management, which will advance our long-term financial planning. So, knowing where all of our assets are, when they were last maintained, when they're due for the next maintenance, what their life cycle is, that will all support our long-term financial planning and asset management. And then generally, the expansion would generally just improve service a customer gets, whether it's response to water mains, which we talked about, public service requests, development notifications, bylaw. The list is quite long what the GIS platform can actually do. So looking at expansion, there's a lot of opportunities to improve the services that we deliver.
Chris, I would just a reminder that that's how Nelson Hydro, started into the GIS. They did an asset management plan, and it identified that GIS was critical to understanding their assets out in the field, where meters were, where various components of the system were. We can find all this type of transformer or this thing. So when they're out on the field, they have that information when they're heading out for to do that work and manage those assets and know, like, we have a fault in this type of equipment, well, we have 50 of them in the system, and where are they? And so it's, that was is a real prime consideration, is just managing our own assets.
Thanks, Kevin. So why now? Well, things have a little bit just worked out this way. As mentioned, Nelson Hydro started their GIS program, and they're now at a point where it's being implemented and used by their staff. So we have a real opportunity to learn. They have a lot of lessons learned that they can share with us, and how that change management will go. And you know, they're also paying for a license that covers the whole city, so that covers a lot of costs as well that we wouldn't have to otherwise eat up. With, as mentioned, with NG 911 requirements came a considerable amount of cash to implement it from a GIS perspective. So, you know, now that also sort of feeds into why now, like the timing is good now. That cash will turn into a pumpkin eventually, right? It's not gonna stick around, so this is our opportunity to leverage that for a larger project that will benefit services and staff are you know, really keen to get their hands on for, you know, to ensure that we are a future-ready city.
Just on that note, I don't know if we mentioned the status of that UBCM grant, so if you recall, we brought something to council, I don't know, probably a couple of meetings ago to adopt a council resolution so that we could apply for that phase 2 of NG 911 funding, so it was $710,000. 200,000 of that in our budget that we submitted was for GIS. You know, building out our own GIS program, the residual from that, or the bulk of that, was for fire dispatch, but there was a $200,000 component in that budget. So we were successful in that grant, so we do have that funding available to us to kind of continue that work.
Thanks, Chris. So yeah, another reason that sort of that really conspired to lead us down this path is, yeah, exactly as CFO said, fire is now moving to a third-party provider for dispatch. So if you think about what that requires when you move from having your own firefighters that know the area really well, dispatching to someone in Fraser Fort George, when somebody calls and says, hey, there's a fire at Witches, or you know, we need help at Hendrick Street Park. Not all of that is readily available on GIS, so there's a lot of work that's going to be required to improve the data and geolocate a whole bunch of areas. So again, it's all of this work that's happening in the GIS realm that it just finally, you know, it really makes it a good time to take advantage of a lot of the work that's being done that the whole city will be able to benefit from. And finally, the last thing, the timing, why now, is budget time is starting, and as one of the recommendations is to discuss with the RDCK withdrawing from the service. RDCK is getting into that, so we want to actually be cognizant and respectful of the timing of their budgeting cycle as well, for us to start those discussions with them, should council give us that direction.
And just to let you know, I did give Stuart Horn a heads up that this was on the agenda tonight, so we've been transparent with them throughout this.
So when we last met, early June?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. We talked about the operational benefits of having a fully functioning GIS. We talked about water main break scenario. Where, you know, to find out information about the pipe, we had to call up somebody to pull up CAD to go through this whole process. So, you know, talked about the benefits of how GIS can support that, as well as many other scenarios. We talked about how we're currently capturing data in numerous places, and the amount of time that we actually spend together to try and aggregate the data for the purposes of operational learning, reporting, succession planning. You know, a lot of times one person has all the information, so a good example is our irrigation system. There's one guy that knows about all of that stuff, and he's nearing retirement. So we can download it into a book or into someone else's mind, but it'd be better to get it into an actual system. And then we talked about where we are already starting to ramp up our usage of GIS with external consultants. So wildfire mitigation, Nelson Hydro, operations with the tree inventory that we have. We're already starting to spend a lot of money. And then finally, we talked about our work on the business case that we developed as a citywide committee that looked at GIS from a whole of city perspective. So again, this was all of us getting together to really discuss it. I'm dying of heat here. Could you turn on the AC, please?
You can talk slower.
Slower? Yeah. Good. So where are we now? Oh, that feels like heaven already. So yeah, now, we've taken the findings from the business case into account, and as a committee landed on the path forward we felt would best support the strategic goal of making the city future ready. And staff are recommending to bring GIS in-house and use a third-party provider to implement tools into our daily processes and procedures.
So you know that term force multiplier?
Yes.
Do you think this is that? Because as you're talking and as I read through it and thought about it, I was thinking about how, you know, once we got this really streamlined, then there's savings on one end because it's more efficient.
Yes.
And people are working more efficiently essentially. So there's savings there. And then the force multiplier that one person can do maybe what 3 people had to be contacted and figured out to do before. So I kind of felt like that was a reasonable assumption. But then my one worry was we're putting everything into one system, GIS, and then let's say, I don't know, maybe say in an emergency, the internet goes down or right, we can't access GIS. But we haven't we've stopped putting things in like paper files or classic filing systems. And we've put all our weight and our energies into GIS. Do we have a backup system? Or would there be a backup system that if we, in an emergency, we couldn't access the GIS system? What would we do as a city?
So GIS has what's called an offline mode. So now I don't know the technical details of how that works, but the essence of the kind of how that works is if you have no cell coverage or no Wi-Fi, you're working with a data set that you have and you're making changes and adding to it in offline mode. And then when you connect back in online through Wi-Fi or data, it resynchronizes back with the server and pushes back down with changes to you. So I'm not sure how long that would be available.
Right.
In terms of, is that a 5-hour thing? Is that a 1-hour thing? Like, there is, in concept, that is there for us. But I hear your point is that we need a redundancy. A backup plan.
Just to be totally reliant on one
Which
system.
we do, you know,
Sure.
we have payroll, we have all our financial records, all our corporate records, all that is digital now. Like historical stuff, yes, we have paper, but all those systems, we back up daily. They are off-site, so we build redundancy.
So this would be similar.
Yes, that's the reality of every organization now. How do you access your data? Cybersecurity is the same thing, right?
Right.
Like, how do you recover as quickly as possible? It's because you have redundancy. You can bring your data back up if someone doesn't.
Okay.
Ransom that data that you have. So that's happening today.
Okay. I definitely thought like there would be a lot of efficiencies, and then in built into this that you would think that would enable like public works to do the job that needs to be done in a way more efficient manner than having to, hey, what do you know about this? Or when you're calling Bob and it's like this just seems like it'd be so efficient.
And that's something that we talked about trying to quantify as that sort of 0.1 of an FTE or 0.05 of an FTE because we've brought in this process, and then 0.05 of an FTE that we've gained because we've brought in this process. So and slowly that aggregates up into one full-time equivalent position that we've now freed up that we can have focusing on something else. So yes, absolutely, we see that as that opportunity here. And to be frank, I've worked at a place that had this with water crews that had GIS. And yeah, they were quite a bit more efficient because they had all the information and data out in the field, and they just went out and they were tasked, and all the work orders were filled out there, and the timesheets were all done through it, and they got tasked out while they were out in the field and didn't have to come back to the yard, and so yeah, there's lots of opportunity there, and you know, that's what we look to capitalize on. And you know, for the purposes of, you know, what we're looking for council to hopefully approve here is this idea of this third-party provider. Because that third-party provider, the one area that you can sort of like lose a lot of time on is developing those apps for the procedures, et cetera. The third-party provider already has those developed. So this was something that we had just had the conversation like a couple of days before our last presentation. And so we said, hey, we had this really interesting conversation. This third-party provider that would charge us not a lot, like to the tune of $50,000 a year. And they've already developed all of these apps for all of these and different processes, which otherwise would take up to a year or a year and a half to develop. So that's where you're really able to then leverage this third-party provider to take advantage of all of the sort of force multiplier that you discussed, benefits of it to, you know, kind of win on both ends of things.
Okay, thank you.
And I think a big part of this is, you know, from a bigger IT perspective, is we wanna sort of consolidate around some key software. You know, we're a Microsoft organization, so 365, how do we use that effectively across the organization? GIS is another key tool that, you know, we don't, as Chris said, we don't need a specialized software for our tree inventory for Nelson Hydro. We can build it in GIS and get rid of that piece of software. We don't need a separate building inspection software. We don't need a separate fire inspection software. We don't need so we have all those different pieces of software. They don't necessarily talk to each other. They all have their own data sets. You know,
We all have licensing fees, you know.
so this is about, you know, standardizing around GIS that can do all those things and finding, you know, that there are app developers out there that already have built those for many municipalities. And, you know, part of the attraction was, like, when you do some of these things, a lot of the processes, documenting your processes and automating that, digitizing that, you know, we feel that, you know, maybe our processes aren't the right ones. Let's find out what's already been developed and being used in another municipality. We don't have to spend all that time documenting, creating something that's maybe inefficient. Like, let's look at the one that's already built and go, no, that will work for us. Why would we spend hours and days and months and years to build our own thing? Let's just take the one that's already been built. So we see a great efficiency in this.
Councillor Pinero, sorry.
Well, the GM and I have already had many discussions about this on the ride home over the years. And at the risk of, well, sounding like a Neanderthal, sometimes maybe I've said enough smart things every once in a while that you guys will humor me here. So I recognize all the things that you say this does, it clearly does. I think that's I'm not arguing that part of it. I think where I kind of get left behind a little bit, just logically somehow, is all these little things that sort of add up to a greater feeling somehow, where, you know, like knowing where our assets are, having a maintenance schedule. I think we already know those things and we already do them because we have assets and they get maintained. And whether that's efficient or not efficient, it happens. So there's that aspect. I think I struggle with the idea of or I worry somewhat about the idea of outsourcing things as like in an extreme situation. Maybe this wouldn't be that way, but in sort of an extreme example, we're sort of outsourcing at the expense of having local knowledgeable staff that know stuff. We have systems that know what you put into it, and therefore, as Councilor Woodward pointed out, when the internet goes down, you don't know anything, and there's nobody that can fix it. And from a very like ground level and narrow perspective, like when the internet goes down in my business, I can't do business until the internet goes back on, because that's the way I've put myself at the mercy of these things, you know what I mean? And as a city, when we completely put our eggs into that basket, I think we're at the mercy of those forces as well. And I would agree that that is the way of the world these days. I'm not sure why we need to do it just because the world is doing it, to a certain degree, like maybe not to its most extreme iteration. Like we already have GIS to some degree and it works to some degree, and we also have people that know where the water mains are actually, like they know how to get there and they know how to turn them on and off. So I think that's valuable. I think that's like something that I'm interested in maintaining actually, is like a knowledgeable local community that can manage crises and manage emergencies. And there's a person for that. It's not a system. It's not an outsourced situation that, you know, where we call Fort St. John or New Delhi or something to report that there's a fire at the boxing gym and they don't know where that is. It's much easier to just have somebody that knows the town. It's easier and it's not. I'm sure you all understand what I mean by that. And then lastly, I know there's a lot of just vague sort of fear mongering perhaps, but like I feel that in some ways we talk a lot about efficiency, and I think that's valid, and obviously that's our job in some degree is to make things efficient, make things cost effective. This does have a cost. It's, you know, 100,000 a year, and so it's not free. What I think that, and neither is what we're doing now. What we're doing now, though, in many respects, not just in this iteration, but in many respects, we pay people, we pay staff who live here, who raise a family, and they have good jobs. It's a good job to answer the phone and write out a pink slip. It's an economy. And when you outsource everything or put everything on a system or on a database, those don't exist anymore. And so you can basically, and again, I don't mean to be extreme in my examples. I'm not trying to do that. I don't want to insult your intelligence, but at the same time, like when we automate everything, we will get so efficient that we won't have a community that needs any of these services anymore because nobody can afford to live here. These are jobs and people have them, and they're as efficient. I think we have great staff. I think they do a great job, and the fact that the city is even here after, 100 years, 130 years, speaks to the fact that it works pretty well. Like the water main gets shut off when it needs to eventually, and it's about as efficient as humanly possible. Humanly being the word. So again, I don't know where the question is exactly. I know we've had these discussions before, but that's what I read all of it and I agree with it. It's all, clearly I've done a great job in presenting it. I understand that it's more efficient and it's faster and it's better and all these things, but I just find that there's another layer, and that's what I think about when I read these things, and I can't quite stop thinking about it, so just thought I'd throw it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to a bit of that. You're right, we do manage to maintain our assets. Again, it comes to that efficiency piece, so if it takes 2 people to currently maintain it because somebody's there that has to manage the information in a certain way, and we could do it with one, that's, us as staff, what we often look for are those efficiencies. Because one thing that, we don't see is a demand for fewer services or a demand for less level of service than previously before. And In fact, it's quite the opposite. People want more services or a higher level. And to try and manage the budget, we have to look at these ways to become more efficient. So in this case, I get that it's ironic that we appear to be spending money to try and save money, but that is the case, right? And we will have to do some really good work as we implement it to try and document all of those gains that we've made through this. A good example is, with the dispatch that we are outsourcing, for the requirements under NG 911, it would we would have to hire for the fire department, the chief told me 6. We would need 6 dispatchers that we would have to hire to run that program. So it's much cheaper to outsource it and do a bit of work on this side. So again, it's about controlling those costs.
And I think there's a great example. We're putting that resource back into actually having firefighters on the ground doing the work. So it's not, I don't see this as reducing our workforce. It's putting them in the places where they're provide the best level of service. So, and Fraser Fort George can dispatch effectively, and we can hire more firefighters to respond to emergencies. That's a good thing for our community.
Yeah, and to that point, like this whole idea of trying to quantify the FTEs that we're freeing up through these efficiencies. The idea isn't that we don't need that FTE anymore. We need it just to be doing something else that we still need to do, right? So it's about reassigning the efforts to something that's more meaningful in the same manner that, well, it's funny, we actually talk about it back in the day when everything was on paper. You actually had a position where people, like you have a filing clerk, and that clerk filed everything in the right, we don't need that anymore because we can save it all ourselves on the computer. Evidently, the files were done much better when the filing clerk was there, but it's about taking these opportunities to do things differently, to be able to do more with the people that you have. So that's really what we're trying to do.
And also that customer service, like that pink slip can get lost 3 times, or it goes into the black hole, and you phone and go, like, I phoned about this streetlight 3 weeks ago, like, where is it? And we're going,
Just goes into someone's
sure where it is.
inbox, right?
And
Yeah, busy
so
day in
I
there.
think we're gonna, that streetlight will get addressed quicker, and a lot of those services, we just don't have efficient process, and it's not adding any value to our community. It's just an inefficient system that's based on hopefully the right person gets it and deals with it, and if we can get these processes that piece of paper is handled once, it goes to the right person, they can provide that service, and if we can save that FTE that on the front end so that you have 2 people responding and fixing streetlights, we're in a much better place, right? So,
Yeah, assuming that is actually the calculus, like whatever money you're saving this way is then spent on service delivery with human beings delivering that service that get paid a wage, that have a job, that can therefore live here. I think that's not altogether been the case in other aspects of society, so I just, I think it's fair to bring it up.
no, totally. And we're, as you know, we all have massive plates we're trying to manage, and we need these tools to be able to that's the first thing. We had a leadership workshop, every single person said that's the biggest challenge of my day is my plate is always so full. We don't get an opportunity to figure out how we deliver services better, or or feel that we've got something completed in a timely basis. We talked about measuring the OCP outcomes. Well, we never get there. That's why we want to have a big report on it, because we never get there. Because we've got the development application, we've got all these things that that are the day-to-day that just take away from that strategic piece of it.
And just for reference, it was timely that Councillor Payne brought up that idea of having a dashboard that was monitoring the OCP, because through these processes in GIS, the development permits will be in there, the building permits. It will actually develop a dashboard just by itself, by the processes that are already built into there. And that's one of the benefits of having this consolidation of software, right? Currently, we have information scattered all over. And as a result, it's really difficult to draw it all together and represent it in a manner that easily communicates to our residents. In the GIS system, where you have building permits and development permits and all the new construction that's happening in areas and so on and so forth, it's already built in there through the processes because somebody submitted a building permit or a development permit, and then you just say, in GIS, develop this report or dashboard on this, and it'll show you, and it can actually show you on the map where the growth is happening, how many new dwellings do we have,
How many secondary suites were built in homes?
yeah, and where are they? We find that, wow, there's a lot of secondary suites that are being built in Uphill. That's interesting. What do we need to do differently there? So, I know when Councillor Payne brought that up earlier, I was thinking about being like, oh, GIS can do that. Yeah. But it just speaks to the efficiencies that come from this, and the overall, what we're shooting for with this is to free up time from our staff, absolutely, but like the end goal is to try and deliver, the best services we can for the best value. So it's the residents have a better overall experience with this stuff, so.
And and we're continuing adding new software. We didn't have Fulcrum, the tree inventory software 5 years ago. So we've added that piece, and we keep adding these software pieces to get us this data we need. So it's not, to me, this is a lot of shift from sort of having a bunch of independent software pieces to having one that the data is in one place, and it's just accessing that data with, the app development is, that's not where we're, our model here is we maintain our data. That data is not going to any third party, it's in-house, it's our own data, that's where we'll invest our staff. It's the person that builds the tool to access that data. That's all we're getting from the third party is the tool. So it can speak to our data and give us the information we need. That's the model we're using.
So, I've got Paige and I've got Woodward.
No.
Okay. And I just thank you for bringing up your thoughts, Councillor Pinero. I think that they are valid and have to be considered in the discussion. Councillor Page.
Sure. This is some stuff you'll have heard before, but I appreciate in going through the various options, I think a recognition of outsourcing and finding experience within developers and providers that work with other clients that are trying to deliver the same thing. I think that makes sense. I think we would have a significant challenge building that kind of, massaging that same data and presenting those same layers and getting that functionality. I think it would take quite a long time and be a specialized skill. Councillor Pinero's comments certainly make me think about how, a filing clerk is now it was always a recognition of how important data management was, which included making sure that contributions to the files were sane and clean and properly done, and if there's a particular building inspector doing things crappy, someone's gonna get wrapped on the risk for it, and that's partially where I see the benefit in these GIS systems of structuring our data and making sure we're capturing it in a significant way. And I think that's clear throughout all the options, and I said that before, heard that from you guys, is getting to a place where we're capturing data in a uniform fashion where we can connect to data between different kinds of systems and get it to the right people in the right way quickly, and as part of workflows that just always function and are not stressful, contributes to better work and to better outcomes. And so I support that. I would be really comfortable if this first resolution and this approval budget speaking to us developing that in-house GIS capacity. I think the RDCK GIS service is currently in a strategic review, and your report speaks to it, anticipates being completed at the end of this year. So we don't know where that's gonna land in the recommendations. We know as local governments, the RDCK, the city of Castlegar, ourselves, Creston, we all have to do GIS. We're all like in this boat, we're for different business operational needs, we need to provide these systems. And so I'm still really rooted, and what's leaving me behind is that struggle I see even within this reporting at finding a way that we can have the right user licenses in the existing system where we can make our data layers and have them in the existing system we have without, jumping whole hog into we have to have the people, we have to have the systems, we have to have the external consultant, we have to do it all now, and then when we set it, it's gonna be wonderful and great, and I have very serious worries that we're not gonna see all of those benefits manifest on the other side of this in the way it's being presented now. I would feel more comfortable with this recommendation if we were approving, we're going up an additional 100,000, 110,000 over and above what we're currently spending. Whereas if we spent that money, we worked with the RDCK and we saw what came out of the strategic review, and this is a service of course we're in, and we helped shape that review so that Castlegar, Creston and Nelson can get something of more value, get a structure of more value, and get to a place where we have the right number of users that can read and write data, that can have the external consultant develop applications, and that portability of that data is working really well. That, obviously Hydro is continuing to maintain its existing system, so if we're more comfortable another year from now, another 2 years, withdrawing from the service, we still certainly have that option open. But I would think it makes more sense now and kind of hedge some of our bets to just focus on that value we would produce at the application level, at the staffing operational level, and see what kind of things we can bring out of that and leverage the existing system that we have and try and see how we can bring Creston and Castlegar together with us, with the RDCK, to do a system that works for everybody. But I know there's these muddied components because Hydro's already made these investments for their own purposes, and I see us basically spending more money, and so this, when we get to budgets, we'll see if we're gonna end up at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8, 9+% in this year's incremental increase. And I just wonder if this is not a place to stay with the RDCK at the moment, wait for the strategic plan to finish and see how we can help shape that, develop those in-house capabilities now, work with the existing system that we have now, and just always have that eye very clearly that, this is probably coming internally, so how we develop that matters. Because the whole point of a GIS system is it's layered, it's sandboxed, it's contained, you're plugging into it, you're moving it between systems, you're jumping onto Roslyn's system, you're pulling data from land titles, like it's a fundamental component that it's silos of data that are communicating with each other and the interrelationships are defined. So that's where I feel so much of this entire piece of work doesn't seem to understand that when it comes through in the reporting. That's what I see.
Maybe Jillian or Chris, I can tell you Castlegar's committed to their own GIS. They're going through
Castlegar does their own GIS, I was gonna ask that, thank you.
They're going through a process, they've hired a consultant to, that set a GIS direction, they hired staff to start to implement that GIS solution, so I don't see Castlegar coming back into an RDCK service. Roslyn has their own GIS, Trail has their own GIS, every municipality our size or smaller has their own GIS. We're in a different business than the regional districts there. They're not managing the assets, they don't even have,
That's why there are layers.
yeah,
That's
so.
the part that I don't know how I'm not saying this right, but that's why there are layers.
But someone has to
We
collect
make
that,
layers.
someone has to collect
But
that.
they don't, sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
That's
I just,
I just want to understand
yeah,
where the barrier is.
I think it's in the product. Like, our experience has been subpar from the RDCA with the quality of the information, with the service levels that we get from them.
Right.
I get that they're going through a strategic review. But, you know, I think given that we have this opportunity now with this additional funding, you know, that we can leverage to do a lot of this work to get us set up, it just seems like an opportunity that would be difficult to pass up on the potential that something might change in the service level that we're receiving.
But I don't mean to belabor this, but you know, I gotta get this kind of out, is that we always seem to have this lens that the only way we can work with the RDCK GIS service is we ask them to produce something and then we see whether we like the product and then we evaluate it based on that. What I'm saying is, like, with user permissions and with licensing set up in an appropriate way, we would manage the data layer. We would make our own data layer, and it would be something they can incorporate into their public maps or not. It could be a private layer, but we can just do that the system can just do that now. And we can start taking responsibility internally to map the layer and build the programming and do everything it needs to do. And we can do all of that without necessarily withdrawing from the service instantaneously, but we can start to see what those results look like and how they're impacting our role. And there's nothing we have to ask them to do in the sense other than to give us right access to our own private layers and the ability to make our own private layers and
So if we're doing that, why are we paying them $80,000 a year? So this is the issue that I would have, Councillor Payne. I'm sorry, I'm just gonna stop. Like we've heard you bring this argument before about not withdrawing from this service, and that's clearly, I clearly hear that you're in favor of the 1 and 2 of this recommendation, which we can in fact pass as one resolution or not. And not so much 3. And I think that the timeline to give notice, and as with many of these things, although that looks like a line drawn in the sand, it seldom is. And the issue, what I would have is the fact that we would be continuing to pay. And when you say 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 years, now you've just said $400,000. Well, at the same time, I'm putting in $100,000 a year. Now we're at $800,000, and I'm still in a service that I'm making the layers of the layer cake for. I'm highly confused. We won't get into a debate about it, but I'm highly confused about the spending of money that we're trying to not spend too much of. I'm having a hard time even looking at what the costs are of what we want to do internally, but I'm having a difficult time paying for a parallel process that we have heard for years. This isn't something new, but for years. And as we get more sophisticated, and yourself and Councillor Lockenberg are way more into all of these layers than I am, but I mean, it's not serving us well. And the cake has many more layers now than it did 15 years ago, when we started talking about the fact that GIS wasn't meeting the requirements that we had. And that's part of why Castlegar is out. We hear that other small communities don't participate within their regional districts. So I don't think it's a reflection on you at the table of not doing your job or whatever. It's time for the city to, I think, make a decision. But I've said enough. I've got Councillor Woodward, then I have Councillor Tate, and then you, Woodward, Tate, Lockenberg.
My just straightforward opinion is we're becoming a more complex city, we're growing, and I just feel like we need to take care of ourselves and we need to have a system we can totally rely on. And we're a complex city in terms of having, as you know, of course, all the different arms of our city, police, fire, hydro. Hydro's already building it, so I just feel like it makes total sense to me personally to have a dedicated in-house GIS system that we can grow into over the next 5 to 10 years. That's ours, that we control. We're not standing in line to get services. We own the data, and yeah, that's what I just want to say.
Councillor Tate.
Thanks so much. I have a quick question and then I will make my comments on this issue. So can you help me understand just really briefly, when you give notice and withdraw from a service, does that mean that like my personal RDCK tax requisition would no longer contain that $82 or whatever? Okay.
So it doesn't really impact our budget, but what you pay as a taxpayer.
What you pay as a taxpayer, yeah.
What I pay. Thanks so much. So I have been rolling this one in my head for since all of us have, since our strategic planning in 2022. And I kind of sit in the exact opposite dissonance than Councillor Pinheiro, which is where when we're saying we're becoming more efficient, but actually we're adding people. And I feel that dissonance in a different way, whereas you're feeling efficiency and we're losing people. And all of these, or all of the in-house options add people. And so as I was picturing the pink slip scenario and other organizational processes, of which I do a lot of that type of work at the college, it occurred to me to start thinking about something that you touched on tonight for I feel like the first time, but it's kind of where I landed. And it has to do with the end user experience, which is the taxpayers. So like the residents and who we are serving. And that really important service aspect of what we do from a government perspective, but also like literally an operations perspective. And so I'm remembering some of the correspondence we've had from folks when they're frustrated about a pipe in front of their house or those sorts of things, and understanding operationally that getting that information is cumbersome and slow. And what I'm seeing there is that it creates reduced trust in the city and our processes for our residents. And I think that positive customer service experience, that experience of the services, is really hard to value, but I think we will start to see that payoff when we're building that trust with the citizens. And it matters a lot when a crisis comes, that the people know that you're gonna get there and the EOC knows which roads to use and they know where the creek goes under the road and all of these things. So that trust piece that we start to build with the little problems that we can solve quickly and efficiently and accurately, I think that builds that trust between the citizen, the taxpayer, and those core services that we provide. So that took 3 years for me to land on that really important piece that's really hard to value, and you can't really capture it in the plus 50,000, minus 73,000, plus 0.5 of a technician, plus 0.4 of an analyst, minus 0.1 of the pink slip person, and all of it. It's just really hard to value. But that trust that I think we can build as we move into years of uncertainty and climate disaster and economic disaster and all these other things that folks are going to look to us and say, well, the city should have known. And so I think that is hard to value, and I trust, based on the zillions of reports that you've done here, that this is the right way to go. So I'm supporting the option 5 after 3 years of thinking about it. Thanks very much.
3 years of thinking about it.
Yes, Councillor Latimer.
Part of me doesn't even know why we're making this decision. Like, we're not deciding, should we use Office 365 version this or version that? Like, I think everybody around this table from a policy perspective agree. Like, we don't have to argue about, I think this is better for the city or not. You guys are aligned. You're trying to make the best decision for the city in this, using the same criteria as all of us. So part of me is like, why are we even talking about this? Let's do what you think is right. Like, we trust you to do all the other decisions that we think is right, that we don't need to make a policy around. Except for Councillor Page's argument. That's the one argument that I'm like, it's making me, because it is policy and it speaks to the relationship we have with the RDCK, and that sometimes we make temporary sacrifices to build a better shared system. So in other words, if we temporarily are not getting the best service, but together with the RDCK we build a better regional system, that's better for everybody. So that's, I just wanna express some sympathy with Councillor Page's argument, because I think that's the one policy nuanced argument that we have to make here. Otherwise, I just say, yeah, this is, you guys do the work, make the right decision, go for it. So, Councillor Page, nod to you, good point. Other than that, I think, yeah, just do it.
I think we can have the best of both worlds. Like, I think we can be accountable, responsible for our own data within our own GIS and still be part of a regional data sharing group. We can, with the technology these days through the cloud, we can share layers. So I think we can have the most of best worlds and share each other's data. There's nothing wrong with that. We can have a regional user group. We can have regional Kootenai map centers. I don't know, I'm just thinking, but yeah, it's very possible. And this technology comes with that out of the box, like it's not complicated. Like today in GIS, I can bring in provincial data sets from the province free, layer it in, and all the information is there on what this data is and how to use it and how it's collected. And I think that will be no different for our regional data sharing. But this, with a technology GIS analyst, we can start to get into those and really leverage our in-house knowledge and expertise and how our data is structured and where to find in the filing cabinet and get into the nitty-gritty of pulling that out and centralizing it and then making it consumable for everyone, including the public. So I think there's value there to have someone and then also do the regional data share. So I think we can do both.
We've been at this for an hour. I'd like to call the question, number
Sure.
one, if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't see anything, so, we can pass all of this as one, if there's flavor to do that. These don't have to be separate. They're three thoughts. They don't need to be separate for any, legislative reason.
I don't.
That's fine.
Well, I want to divide three.
So, well, that's what you want. I wanna
I
know
would-
who's passing the motion here in
I-
terms of,
I'd pass all three, just as one, I think.
is there a seconder for the recommendation of 1, 2, and 3 as a group?
No seconder?
I'll move the first motion.
No,
I'm just reading all three.
Yeah, just-
I'm just
So we're,
back to reading them. It's been a while,
Pinheiro.
folks.
Councillor Pinheiro seconded all
Okay.
three.
okay.
Yeah.
So, I think we've had discussion. So, we've had a mover and now we've had a seconder for the recommendation as a bundle. So, I will now, Councillor Payne, you have a question.
I just have one question. So number 2 is that we're gonna amend the budget to reflect the additional GIS costs stated above, but we had 5 scenarios, so where are we?
It's option 5.
Option 5, thank you. Sorry, that's what I was trying to connect the dots on there.
And really it's that, and I think there was a paragraph in the RFD that kind of speaks to it, but it's that 110,000
Great, I see it there.
per year, but using some grant funds in the first 2 years to offset that substantially. So there's nothing for 2025 that needs to be amended. There'd be a small amount for 26 and 27.
Okay, thank you. That's what I hadn't gotten back to.
And we'll see that show up actually when we're doing the budget.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess we bring it here at this time because if we want you to make this decision that this is gonna be in our financial plan and we're not going to revisit this in our financial plan, we need some commitment. If we're gonna give notice, we need GIS, we need certainty that we're gonna put the money in the financial plan. to
Start a
fund this.
hiring process for
Yeah.
technician.
I'm not saying we're gonna debate it again
Yeah.
by
Yeah,
the time.
it'll
I'm saying
show.
it's gonna show up when we start looking
Well,
at
we're
the
gonna
budget.
we're gonna make a financial plan
Amendment?
amendment
Okay.
now
Yeah.
that shows
Okay,
what that
perfect.
is. So
Thank you.
it'll be in the financial plan from 25 to
Right,
29, is that the right period?
that's the correct period.
That's what I wanted to.
So Councillor Payne, do you feel your question's been answered?
Yes, help
Okay.
me understand better what we're.
Okay, so we got a recommendation in front of us that council passes the following resolution, that council approve the recommendation to bring GIS in-house to the city and that council amends the 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan to reflect the addition of GIS costs stated above. And further, the staff be directed to provide notice to the RDCK of the city's withdrawal from RDCK bylaw 2137 by January 1st, 2027. 2136 by January 1st, 2027. It's getting late, sorry for my error. That's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? And opposed? And those in opposition with to be recorded? Okay. One recording. It's up an arrow. Thank you. Okay. Very good. I'm sure that we'll all be looking forward to next steps as this project goes along. It has been, as Councillor Tate says, some time and some need to give it some thought. I think one of the good things that has happened is that we've had that time for it to come back a few times for discussion, to get some clarity around it.
Well, I think it also gave us an opportunity to look at this in some different ways and you know, we didn't have option 5 when we originally started this, and made us go out there and look at different ways to do this.
Okay, so thank you, staff.
Thank you.
And now we're moving on to 13B, the Strategic Priorities Fund application. The Strategic Priorities Fund, SPF, is a funding stream delivered through the Canadian Community Bills Fund, formerly known as the Gas Tax Fund. The SPF capital infrastructure stream provides grant funding specifically targeted for capital costs of local government infrastructure projects that are large in scale, regional in impact, or innovative and support the national objectives of productivity and economic growth, a clean environment, strong cities and communities. The city would like to apply for this funding stream to use towards replacement of the Gros Narrows wastewater treatment plant force main and requires approval and resolution of council.
Second.
Okay,
Is that
can we do that all together too?
a block?
Is that
I
a
have a
block?
question.
Can we do this block? Sure.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, is this a yearly thing, right? What's this called?
Now,
Strategic
it
Priorities
comes
Fund?
out every 3 or 4 years.
Okay, can you just give me an example of one that we've applied for and received before?
Yeah, we, on the Anderson Creek water main
Okay.
upgrade.
Yep.
Yeah, and we've talked to the program director. They feel, you know, that the person that runs the program is very utility centric and feels this is a really good, you know, really good, will be a strong application.
Okay, there's limited, I heard on the radio that, you know, I know Castlegar is investigating another sheet of ice and it pinged for me because I think they said applying for a $7 million grant. Would it be the
It's
same
this,
thing?
yeah.
Okay,
It's
interesting.
not Castlegar, it's RDCK.
No, the radio, sometimes
It was.
paraphrases, I've had that experience.
Yeah, it is in Castlegar, but there is the RDCK owns the, and they're there.
Okay,
It's like the NDCC here. We asked the RDCK to consider this.
That was the one that went
Yeah.
forward. That's when I asked that at Recreation. You weren't at
Yeah.
Recreation?
Yeah.
I asked that question when
yes,
Councillor Page and I were at Recreation. What 3 projects went ahead
yes,
for the RD because they have the opportunity to apply for 3 things.
yes,
As you know, we had put the one forward from Rec 5.
Yeah.
It did not make the test. And the reason that Castlegar is there is because they were further ahead in their asset management on their building in regards to that.
awesome, thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Woodward.
So building on what Councilor Tate said, so there's like infrastructure and there's like critical infrastructure. And there is a difference there, and I can't think of a more critical piece of infrastructure other than the water is coming into our town as the waste leaving, so yeah, I hope it would carry some serious weight.
I was just trying to understand what I had
Yeah.
heard.
Yeah,
Critical.
no.
And we can pass this as a bundle, so whoever moved it can read out the 1, 2, and 3.
I think you moved to Councilor Page.
Yeah, so the council approves the City of Nelson application to the Strategic Priorities Fund capital infrastructure stream for funding of $7 million to the support of the Marine Force Main Replacement Project. And two, that council approve the remainder of the project cost up to 4.61550, so 4.6 million, be funded from the wastewater utility reserve, and that council confirm that the city of Nelson will provide overall grant management and support any cost overruns.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of a new force main, say aye. Okay, and that carries.
Yes. And just for clarity for the public, the city's contribution would come from existing reserves.
Yeah, that's right, it's quite clear there.
And the entire, force main replacement was in the capital plan and it was all being funded from the wastewater capital reserve, so this just relieves a little bit of pressure in that reserve. If we get this grant, would be fantastic. We know that,
Reducing the pressure. Okay,
No, we
it's
wanna
late,
increase the
Mr.
pressure.
Juris.
Right now, we are reducing the pressure.
Okay. So, on to information items, including correspondence and minutes of committees and commissions. So on the report page, we have a number of reports. We have accounts payable for June and July from finance, development services, building permit statistics, and corporate services and Nelson Farmers Market update. Does anybody want to move all of them at once? Does somebody want to remove one?
I'll move it.
Hang on. So, sorry,
I'm just
I'm
gonna move.
just gonna go with, does
Oh.
anybody wanna remove one first?
Oh, sorry, I was gonna
Oh,
move.
I am,
Are we good for moving them all at once?
I wanna remove one to discuss it,
Okay, and that is,
farmer's market.
okay, so we'll remove 4. Is there somebody that wants to pass 1, 2, and 3? Councillor Woodward. And there's second there, Councillor Tate. Any concerns or anything within these 3 documents that anybody sees that they wanna talk about? Seeing nobody, all those in favors of receiving for information items 1, 2, and 3 of the information item reports.
Are we?
Yep, all those in favor? And that carries. Okay, item 4, Councillor Payne, you've pulled this for receipt of information because you have questions.
Yeah, I just, I'm interested in I guess the efficiency and the procedure of these special events applications. It just seems that if we're doing this number of events, there should be a more efficient way to do it than spending $1,100 each time. So what am I missing? Is there not an opportunity when you send in the special events application at the beginning of the year to tick, you want this, and this, and have it done sort of as a package? Do they all need to be individual, or am I misunderstanding what I'm looking at? Cause that's what it seems to be, $1,100 each.
They do have to be individual because there's 3 different markets that are completely removed from, say, a Wednesday market and a Cottonwood market. So those are applied for separately as a Saturday Cottonwood Farmers Market and a Wednesday Wednesday Baker Street Market. And then there's the Mother's Day Market, Market Fest, which are all applied for at the same time, separate from the Mother's Day Market. And what's the other market?
The Harvest Market?
And Harvest.
And Harvest Market is separate as well.
So yeah, I know we had the team come forward and talk about special events permitting, but yeah, you can see from these numbers that we definitely need some efficiencies built into that system, because who can afford this? Who can afford to do special events? Is this what the Chamber of Commerce pays us to
This
put
is,
on Canada Day?
Yeah.
this is.
Plus their insurance, which is a big,
Yeah.
a big concern for them, and they actually just brought that up, I believe. I sat in, I go like once a year to a Chamber of Commerce meeting, and what are they talking about? The cost
City
of it.
insurance.
Well, the cost of, well, it's not city insurance, it's what we require them to have based on the sort of standards of liability, and it's,
But Sarah, this is, we have to set up and all these That's all these
This
costs.
is just the special
No, this is
events. What I'm
just-
asking about is the
She's talking
special
about,
event
in here, it
application.
talks about the applications, there's a section just on how much it costs to apply.
I imagine that
The
includes,
Mother's Day market, 1,050, the night market.
But that's all they pay, right?
I'm sorry, I don't know which page you're looking at. Could you
So,
clarify for me, please?
It's market reports, there aren't page numbers on
Special,
it.
yeah, there's not.
It's just
It's
after
this
the building permits.
Yeah, no, I'm on the market
Staff
one, but
time.
what page am I
Okay,
on?
it needs 3.
So, but it's
Special event applications.
Special event
special
application.
event applications.
Could
That's
you
what-
clarify what that title means, and then maybe the discussion will make more sense to
So
me?
there are applications for each farmer's market type that we have. So there's a separate one for the Saturday farmer's market. There's a separate one for the Wednesday farmer's market on Baker Street. There is a separate application for the harvest market. There's a separate application for the Mother's Day market. And there is a separate application for Market Fest.
So this is the internal cost. This is not what people are paying.
This is the internal well, this is, yeah, what it costs.
This is what it costs to process those
Yes,
applications.
that's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, we are looking at how do we automate these things to reduce time.
Yeah.
This is a really good example of
Yeah.
why we're looking at those type of systems to, the person should be able to apply online, it should inform the right people and give the right notifications. Right now, it's all manual.
I'm in the middle of doing it myself for an event that I'm holding on
Right.
Saturday that I applied for 40 days ago,
Yeah.
so still waiting.
Yeah.
We're gonna be there anyways, but
And the day before, you'll probably get it's all good. Yeah.
yeah.
So
So,
the
yeah,
number of events we manage in the city is, we need better processes, we agree 100%.
And things like going out to, I'm assuming that some of these things are just going out to get the check of, that's okay, we're good with that.
Yeah.
And the
Do
hours
we have
that
the right
it's taking right
insurance? Do we
now.
have this? Do we have
Yeah.
that? Do we have this, right?
Yeah, so I just think it's a really great example of demonstrating what we saw from the presentation and however we can automate that and.
And you shouldn't wait 40 days. And you shouldn't be waiting 40 days. Hopefully we can process that immediately.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
And I think that's the customer service part, Kate, that you
And
were talking
that-
about is, we should be able to get this
You got it.
turned around.
Yeah, similar but different in a different operation. Yep, 100%. And that trust in what the heck are you guys doing?
Yeah, what's going on?
Why does this take so long?
And
Why
we
am I
want more,
following
and
up
we
with you?
often
Why
want
am
more
I-
of a lot of the things, absolutely, yeah. So I think that piece is really hard to measure, but I can see that we all feel that, and especially the staff is feeling that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing is I don't feel it's a true representation of what we should be paying as, if we count the cost of this. I think we need to look at that streamlined cost to really assess the value of what's happening here.
Okay, so now that discussion has happened, Councillor Payne, would you like to move receipt for information of item 4 of the information item reports?
Yes, I would.
Okay, moved by Councillor Payne, seconded by Councillor Woodward. All those in favor? And that carries. Okay. And moving on to information items from councils and council committees and commissions. So we have 3 rounds of minutes from the Greater Nelson Economic Development Group. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Tate. Any concerns or anything that anybody saw in there that? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries. Thank you. So that takes us to the end of the evening. I have received no notices of motion. There was no late items to start the day. And so if I could have a resolution to adjourn, Councillor Lockenberg, Councillor Tate, all those in favor, and that carries. Not bad for not having been here for a while.
You guys missed
9:44.
this, you hung out all night.